pay attention. I can't fall
Steve,
asleep.
by the way, Steve.
Hi, Steve. Nice to meet you. Never met you, buddy.
First name.
And you guys your table. It's the same spot as last year because you
It's AIMEE.
and a sample of
My phone number is 603 571
absolutely. And
9678.
then we have a sponsored buffet in there.
Text me and you can come with our Forget Your Husband on Valentine's Day. You can
He
come.
might be working. I don't know.
And drives all their
The horse rides
and
ice house.
Oh,
And
okay.
it started vacation week, so he wouldn't want to.
oh, that's
Yeah, yeah. So you can come with us.
I'm doing $50 tip on Venmo. Brian, $50 tip on Venmo from the horse rides. Yes.
That's awesome.
They pay $25 per person to ride the like, it's probably like the length of this run.
Yeah.
Down and around and back. And people send crazy tips.
Oh my god, that's awesome. Yeah, I would love for you to come. Or am I already?
No, in 2022, you said, hey, we.
Oh. In 2022.
September of 2022.
Oh my god, that's freaking awesome. Okay, got it. You're in there.
Okay.
It is really fun. It's a fun night out.
What's the reason they throw things on the ice? Like, even at the Olympics.
I mean, so if you in hockey, you UNH, the first goal you score, if you throw a fish on the ice, it's like tradition. But generally, if you real fish, like a dead thing, yeah.
Wild cats, got it.
But generally, if someone scores Still in like 3 years.
best is I went up to
You can go
we do
get
a
your
ski
gift
trip
bags
every
and
year.
then come back and sit down, okay, please? Excuse me.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, we do a ski trip every year, and we did Loon last year.
Okay.
So I didn't know I was like, I'm gonna go to the spa. Will you guys do this? And I was in the hot tub out there, so I could see all them ski down. So it was really cool to actually be right there. Yeah.
I was hi. Are you two ladies? Are you doing Bill?
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
My husband and I lived there before we had kids. We lived there for 10 years, and we would go to the mountain club, but they didn't have at the time. So it sounds like they've
You need to go back. It's very nice. Yeah.
I've not been there. It's kind of funky to get to, honestly. Like, it's literally like in the mountainside, so you have to like park under the building. And so it's a little tricky, but it's a ski out. You can ski right out.
Yeah. It's like ski. Have you skied on it?
I have.
Take your
So
coats
you're
off
on,
too.
like, you're facing on the left side. When you come down, like, and you're sitting by that big lodge area, that's the mountain club. So it's kind of like the ski lodge, and then it goes right into the steps up.
I'm assuming you guys work very closely with the Waterville Valley ski.
Yeah.
And you're both on the rest of it?
Yeah, we got and then, of course, we have lots of part-time employees. We should have lots of part-time employees. Yeah. We're the crew full-time. How many folks do you have at the chamber in Portsmouth?
We are a staff of 5.
Okay.
So we have a communications vice president who also has membership, then the president, and our bookkeeper. I've been with them. It'll be 2 years in April, and before I was with the Dover Chamber of Commerce as the community events manager there. So I was with them for like 2.5 years. Yeah. So definitely still learning a lot.
I mean, those are kind of the same size, aren't they? Or Portsmouth is bigger.
Very similar. Dover has a little bit of a bigger population, but Portsmouth has a little bit more members. So we have a lot of folks from Dover, from Hampton, from Portsmouth, so we're kind of green Portsmouth. So we have about 850 members. And the focuses are a lot different because I thought it was definitely more community focused, and now it's more so outward facing. But it's fun.
Do you live in Portsmouth?
I do, yeah. I'm lucky I stayed with my in-laws last night, so I came up from Alton. So it would have been like a long drive from Portsmouth. But it wasn't bad. The ice heaves though. We don't know if those down in Portsmouth.
So bad right now. Yeah, this is when they get really bad.
I called my husband, I go, my car is kind of shaking. He's like, it's mostly like ice heaves. He says it's going up and down or left or right. I'm like, up and down. He's like, you're fine. It's ice heaves. Don't worry. Did you get a lot of snow yesterday?
We got a little bit yesterday, a lot the day before.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a lot of snow.
starting the program in 10 minutes in the building. So if you're still in the exhibitors area, just start the meeting and look into your table.
Okay, so this is the permit.
Yeah,
welcome to the
I just didn't go. I just didn't.
I'd like to welcome Michelle Cruz, Director of New Hampshire's Travel and Tourism Development, to share some remarks.
The same time.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Central New Hampshire Chamber of Commerce 2026 Travel and Tourism Seminar. To kick things off, I'd like to welcome Michelle Cruz, Director of New Hampshire's Travel and Tourism Development Division, to share some remarks.
Thank you very much, and thank you everybody for being here. I'd like to thank the Central New Hampshire Chamber of Commerce, Maddie Layton, for putting on this event. Thank you. For the Common Man for hosting, and for all of you being here today. It's really important that we have these seminars and these summits to come together. Everything that you all do, every role that you all play in hospitality and tourism is really what supports New Hampshire and the major goal of what we all do for this state. So I'm really excited to be here. So thank you, Maddie, for having me here. I want to be able to share a little bit of an update of what we're doing at the Division of Travel and Tourism Development with the state of New Hampshire. So good morning. We're gonna, who's managing the slide?
Shane will advance for you.
Perfect, we can go to the next one. Before I share everything that we do, I do want to remind everybody that we have a really robust staff of 9 of us. And we're doing everything from not just the marketing aspect, but we're looking at our international trades. We're looking at our international markets. We're looking at what we can do in terms of print and website development. We're looking at PR and public relations. We have a communication department that helps us support our reach and work with our vendors in terms of our marketing, our public relations, our research. And so it's a really important piece to have the staff that can really put this all together and be our connectors to really strengthen the vision and what we can do for tourism. As you may know, tourism is the second largest industry supporting the revenue in the state of New Hampshire. So it's important that we have the boots that we need on the ground to make this all happen. Can you go to the next slide? Okay, so this is hot off the presses. This is our visitor guide. We are excited to be able to get this in your hands very soon. This is designed by our in-house staff, and we're really proud of this piece. This is what we have in our visitor centers around the state, and it highlights the 7 regions of New Hampshire, giving the information for dining, lodging, outdoor recreation, attractions, indoor opportunities. So it really helps to showcase everything that we do here in the state of New Hampshire. So we're really excited about that. This I'm excited to share. This is our shoulder season campaign that we're going to be kicking off very soon in March called MUD, Make Unique Discoveries. We are taking this to the very literal sense, to the very playful sense of whether it's a mud experience at a spa, some drink at the restaurant, or food. We have done this because about a year ago, we had asked the industry, what campaign or what season do you really need help with the most? Shoulder season is always what came up, and that was our March through mid-May. And last summer, our marketing partners got together, and with the information that we got from the surveys, we thought, what can we put together to really make this happen, but make it fun, make it engaging, thinking of our visitors who come here. And I know when we have people coming from the cities, they come to New Hampshire, the country, they're coming up here, they're coming up to the North Country because they want that real experience. They want to kick off the suits, they want to kick off the shiny shoes, they want to put on the boots, and they want to get dirty. And so we thought, let's have fun, and let's make this a real unique New Hampshire experience, and we went with MUD, Make Unique Discoveries. What's really, really exciting about this, that this is going to be a paid campaign. So we are opening this up for the business, the industries of anything that you might have going on already at your business, or something that you might be thinking of, like that might actually work for the campaign. At the end of this presentation, I'm going to put up a QR code. It's going to show you, access that QR code, but it's going to give you the links to be able to get to a submission form where if you have an experience that you think this might fit the MUD campaign, submit it in there, and we're going to have you be a part of that marketing campaign. We want to make sure that we are getting every unique experience we can throughout the state of New Hampshire to really highlight MUD, make unique discoveries. I'm really excited about it. I can't wait. So we're looking forward to it. I know we've gotten quite a few submissions already, which are a lot of fun. So please, we look forward to having you participate in that. And what we all know is coming up is the semi-quincentennial, our anniversary of America's 250th. We have a branded logo here for the state of New Hampshire. What we are also doing is creating a toolkit. So we've created this logo and some other resources that you can actually access to help celebrate and promote what you're doing at your business, or if it's an event or celebration. We are also going to have a consumer-facing website. So again, if you have an event going on that you would like us to share out, we would like you to share it with us so we can share it out to our visitors so they know what else is happening around the state of New Hampshire to celebrate the 250th. We are looking at this similar to like what we saw with the solar eclipse. It's only going to happen this one time. So we want to make sure that we are getting ahead of it, getting the information out there, and being able to share and highlight the work that is happening around the state. We are looking at this to be a very busy summer with the travel and the road trip destinations, especially celebrating the 250th. So we look forward to you participating. And again, at that end of the slides, you'll see the QR code, and in that will be a link to the resources for the 250th celebration. And this is what another initiative I really want to share out. There's a lot going on, so I really encourage, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask, because we want to make sure we get all of this information to you. Made in New Hampshire, this is an initiative that we just launched this past fall. This is a way of not just highlighting businesses that are making products in New Hampshire, but sharing outside of New Hampshire how strong the industry is here in this state. We might be small on a geographical map, but we are mighty because of everything that we have coming out of this state, from the artisans, from your soaps, maple syrups, and products that are, your skincare products, to life sciences, to our healthcare, to our manufacturing, all coming out of the state of New Hampshire, products that are being made right here. So we are creating this initiative to be able to highlight those businesses with what's called Made in New Hampshire. So what I'd like to do is share this video clip to just give you a little bit of a background.
My parents have always believed in natural products, and that same belief in kind of natural healing carried through into creating Badger. I can't actually picture us being in a different place.
Life is Good sets out to spread the power of optimism by producing optimistic art message and printing it on a variety of canvases. We're able to produce garments on demand for our customers.
We make products for people we love, and then we share them with the world.
Life is Good is made in New Hampshire.
And I think we have one more video to share as well.
My parents have always believed.
The wonderful thing about starting a small business here in the state of New Hampshire is the access. We have access to decision makers. This is a pretty incredible area for scientists, researchers, engineers.
When I hear Made in New Hampshire, I think of pride. The state of New Hampshire has been amazingly engaged with us.
Doing business in New Hampshire is absolutely spectacular.
Syntax is Matco 3D is made in New Hampshire.
Made in New Hampshire.
So I just, that's the feeling we want to get. It's really exciting. This is all coming out of the state of New Hampshire. And that logo that's there This is the logo of distinction. We are working with businesses that are making their products here in New Hampshire, sharing this logo with them. So whether they put this on their product or put it on their website to show that this is what makes New Hampshire so distinct and so unique and so special. Because we have our businesses here, we all know the reason why we're here is quality of life. We all have that opportunity to be here in the state of New Hampshire to do the work we do and enjoy. But again, we get to access the outdoor recreation right, outside our doorstep, and be able to be, just a few hours north, international, and just a few hours south if we wanted a city fix, we get it. But it's all right here in the state of New Hampshire, and I think that's what makes us so unique, to be able to position this as a place for businesses to be here and support the state of New Hampshire. This is our ice cream trail. So this came back last year by popular demand. We are doing this again, so if you have an ice cream shop, you want something to be highlighted, get it into us now, so we get it onto this brochure and this map and our website to be able to share this tour. So I think there were about 50, I don't know if it says on there, about 50 ice cream shops that were on this map. People go crazy for this stuff. So let us know what you have, let us share it out, because that's what we want to be able to do for you. And then just as a reminder, this is really, really key to keep you informed and letting you know what's going on at Travel and Tourism, or what information do you need to support the work that you're doing, is our industry members resource page. Everything that's right there from, if you don't have an account, this is a place where you can create an account. When you put your information in there, your business then becomes part of our website. And if there's something that we're highlighting specifically each season, based on what events might be going on, or seasonally what might be happening, we pull from that list to make our blogs or our listicles. But if your business isn't on there, we won't know what's going on. And so we really need to get your help in creating your account there. We also have an events calendar. That's where, if you have an account, you have the opportunity to put your event that's happening on our calendar. And that's one of our website, it's one of the pages, it's the top 5th page on our website, highly visited, sees a lot of traffic with visitors coming here, looking to see what they can do and plan their itinerary. Research, this is really key for you understanding what we're doing when we're creating our campaigns and creating our advertising for each season. We have on there what the advertising is, how it's performing. So we're looking at, what are we doing with these campaigns, and where are they going, how are they performing? That's all in the research. And so that's really important for you to be able to be aware of, the work that we're doing. Seasonal campaigns, as we just talked about, we have 30 seasons that we're marketing. We have now our mud season, but we focus on our summer, fall, and winter campaigns. Those are our busy seasons, and now we're excited to throw in the shoulder season to highlight what else we have going on. We've got our toolkits in there. So resources, again, anything that you might need, it's in there. Partnership opportunities. This is where we have our joint promotion program. This is our 50-50 match grant opportunity for businesses specifically supporting tourism marketing. You can have the opportunity to be able to apply for this funding to support the marketing that you're doing. And again, sign up for our industry newsletters. The only way to keep you informed, or for you to be aware of what we're doing, is by getting these newsletters that we have, that we send out, whether it's about events happening, or if we're looking for hot tips. We usually have journalists reach out to us, for each season, and we try to put together a hot tips list for them of what's happening around the state of New Hampshire. And so we'll always send out something saying, hey, what do you have going on, during the fall or the winter season that we could share out. It's also a way to stay informed of webinars that we host. We do a monthly webinar, which is the 3rd Tuesday of the month. We do this at 9 o'clock in the morning. We keep it really short and consistent, only a half hour. If you want to stay on and talk more, we're there for you, but we want to be respectful of everybody's time and what you're doing. So we try to give you the highlights of the work that we're doing, and then any follow-up after that, we provide contact information to provide more of what we're working on. So I think that might be the last slide. Oh, and that's a reminder of the webinars that we have coming up. So on February 17th at 9 a.m., we're going to be talking to Michelle Coda, who is the Executive Director of Discover New England, who works with travel and tourism to keep us in the international market. She is going to be explaining a little bit more about what Discover New England does, the markets that we're in with the international markets, and what we're seeing coming into 2026. So join us for that webinar. It's going to be really good and really informative. And then on February 19th is information about a CBD feasibility study. This was a study that was recently supported with EDA funding, and we were able to bring a committee together to look at would we need a CBD in the state of New Hampshire, and if we did, what does that look like? We worked with focus groups to really break this down. During this webinar, Coraggio Group is the agency we worked with. They're going to share the results and what it would really mean for New Hampshire to have a CBD here, and if that's something that we would be doing. I think that might be the last slide. Oh, and this is the QR code that I was talking about. So access this QR code. It's going to give you the website with all of the links of all of the information that I just spoke about with the industry member newsletter, the MUD experience, so the Make Your Unique Discoveries, the 250th research industry member page, I think I already said that, and anything else that might be coming up. But that's a key site to have access to stay informed. And I think that's got to be the last one. And I was trying to be really, I know I only had a short amount of time, so I was trying to be really, clear and concise, and I hope I got everything across. I hope I'm not going over time. Am I good with time? You're good. Okay, I'm good. So I want to thank everybody for being here. Thank you, Maddie, for having me here. It's really important to connect with all of you who are in this industry, who are supporting hospitality. One thing I'd like to say that is so important, I am so excited to look at all of you out here and see the young faces. We're all young here, I'm just gonna say that, but I'm so excited to see a generation that is coming into this field, that is here, that is being a part of this industry. So for all of you students that are here, make sure you hit up all those tables out there, do your networking, get your information, because this is your tribe. These are the people you're going to come back to. This is who you're going to access and say, hey, I remember being at that event, and I met that person. And everybody, in hospitality, we all know this. We love this industry, but we like to move around a bit. So it's so key to make sure you make your connections and keep those connections, because they're either going to be reaching out to you at some point, or you know that you'll be reaching out to them for collaboration. And I think that's what's so key and so special with the state of New Hampshire, because we are all accessible. So thank you for being here, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks, Michelle. Before we get started with our speakers, we'd like to acknowledge the folks who have made this event possible, our sponsors, staff, and volunteers. We're deeply grateful for the generous support we've received from our presenting sponsor, Manchester Boxnell Regional Airport, our speaker sponsor, our registration and name tag sponsor, Granite State Rail, our morning snack sponsor, Wilkinson Bean 603cremations.com, our exposition break sponsors, Lakes Region Community College and New Hampshire Electric Cooperative, sponsors, MedCheck Urgent Care, Owl's Nest Resort, and Wilkinson Bean 603cremations.com. Our beverage sponsors, Ashland Women's Club, Belknap Landscape, and Wilkinson Bean 603cremations.com. Our centerpiece sponsor, Visit Waterville Valley, New Hampshire. Our technology sponsor, providing tech and audio-visual support today, 603 Technology Solutions. Our media partner, Lakes Media, who promoted the event on a radio station, 104.9 The Hawk, Lakes FM 101.5, and Mountain Country, New Hampshire 97.3. The Common Man Inn and Spa, who provided complimentary event space. Real Estate Ambassadors, whose volunteers are helping our staff at the check-in table. And new chamber members, Belladina Coffee and Sugared, whose delicious products are featured in our gift bags today. We couldn't stage this event without the hard work of our volunteer board members and board affiliates. I'd especially like to thank the members of our program committee, our transition advisor and former executive director, Maddie Layton, board secretary, Linda Jennings, and board affiliates, Chelsea Brown, Heidi Milbrand, and Ariana Roy, who've been instrumental in planning this seminar. I'd also like to thank board members Amy Lee, Kate Tarbox, and Brooke Wakefield, and board affiliate Tiffany Doobie for their efforts in making today's event possible. I'd like to give a shout out to our photographer and chamber member, Joe Vigor, who you've seen at a few events now. He does an amazing job, and we're really lucky to have him covering the seminar this year. Finally, I must recognize the outstanding contribution of Heidi Pettigrew of Workflow Consulting. Heidi has had a hand in almost every aspect of this event. She created and managed our registration site, graphic identity, advertising, marketing and PR materials, webpage and signage, and her experience and advice have been invaluable in making informed decisions throughout the planning process. Thank you, Heidi. One other thing before we start, because attendees often ask, you will receive an email after the event containing the presenting slideshows. Now, I'm very excited to introduce Dr. Adam Coyle, our first speaker, who's going to talk about sharing the awesomes in your backyard. Adam is an associate professor and coordinator of PSU's programs in tourism management and policy. He trained as a cultural geographer and currently teaches and researches tourism development and social theory. Adam has lived in Plymouth for a decade, during which he has maintained a child's fascination with the wild and tame worlds of his New Hampshire backyard. We're fortunate to have him here today. Please give a warm welcome to Adam Coyle.
Hey y'all. Hey. Good to see you again. It's been a year, right? I'm excited to be here. I loved doing this last year, and you know, we got our snow a little earlier instead of right before all this happened. Thanks so much to Maddie. I mean, she's the centerpiece of pulling all this off, right? Like she's the energy behind all of this, and I don't know how it's going to be different next year. That's for sure. So I'm Adam Coyle, and I'm the coordinator of the tourism programs at PSU. I'm really excited this year because we have twice as many PSU folks here as last year, and that includes students and faculty. Since last year, we've brought Conrad Oldenburg on, who's teaching our hospitality and lodging classes. I'm a geographer and I study tourism, but I always say that the only expertise I have in hospitality is being from the South, right? I can be hospitable, but I haven't studied it exactly per se, but nevertheless, we put it all in one big degree, and we have students with all kinds of interests. We have an incredible graduating class this year, probably the biggest one that we've ever had, who are going to be looking for full-time jobs. We also have a lot of underclass folks who are looking for internships, and that is why they're here. And we want you to meet them. And I tell them, just like you said, Michelle, like I tell them, they want students. They want to have students there because they want They want to find people who are already interested in this industry, right? They want to find people who have some knowledge about it, not just people who show up and say, well, it would be nice to work here, but people who've thought through that already, right? So if you have, especially some of you younger students, right? I'm going to see y'all, I don't know, 10 years, whatever it takes, right? Bring it on. Since I'm talking about students, I have to say one sad thing. We had River Moon was here last year, was a student, and we lost River in about May. They were, if you met River, you remember them, right? And so I guess I just wanted to share that with you, and you know, keep on rocking, River. I guess it's like what to say, I don't know. Okay, now let's talk about something a little bit more awesome, right? The MUD program fits just perfectly into this, right? I'm hoping that this can be educational, but also some levity and entertainment and joy out of this, right? So when I started to write this, the idea behind this was, since I've been here last year, I met a lot of people who had small businesses, a place, who have some sort of place. You know, it's a B&B, it's a campground, it is, a park that they work at, some place that's their own, right? And so I'm started to think, like, how do we bring people to places? It made me kind of think of my own time in New Hampshire. I've been here for 10 years, but I'm a Texan, right? So I still feel like a tourist, right? I always say, like, I probably should have lost my job. I only went to the top of Mount Washington 2 years ago, right? But I shouldn't have told you all that. Okay. But the things that have kept me excited about this, sure, the mountains, and I love bears. Some of you heard me talk about bears before. But the little things are really what excite me, and I'm gonna try to convince you how exciting these things are, because I feel like if you feel passion for little things, that you will be able to share it with the visitors, and they will remember, right? And they will come back and they will talk about you, right? So, where's Shane? Okay. Oh wait, that's just fine, just fine. So, do you recognize this little plant? If you know the awesome behind it, don't say anything. All right? Do anybody like recognize this little critter? It's a bit nondescript. It's a little green plant that you might, it's in your backyard, but it doesn't seem extra special, but it is. Okay? I want you to kind of notice this, right? This is like this powder, right? So this plant. Shane, this plant is awesome, right?
Right.
Awesome. There we go. Okay. You're gonna have to roll with me. I downloaded this new program yesterday that lets me make like fancy text like this, so it's gonna be all over it. All right, ready? So this plant is awesome, and I'm gonna tell you why. Okay, why it's awesome. Step one. It's called Lycopodium, right? The common names for it are club moss. I just call it club moss in my head. Some people call it ground pine, according to the internets. But that's kind of a bad name for it because one of the awesome things about it is it's ancient, 400 million years old. So it's 300 million years older than pines. So it's more like a pine should be called a tree moss, right? Now, next step. It actually used to be 400 million years ago, the size of a tree, but now it's about, ankle tall. It's little, okay? Next step, it can take 25 years to mature and to produce the spores, that's the yellow stuff. And it's one of those plants, and I love these because they defy it. You can't grow them. You can't grow them commercially. They just have to happen, right? The spores are hydrophobic, which means, they reject water. They use them historically for lubricant, you can put it on diaper rash, for wounds, to like dry out wounds. They used to use it when they packaged medical gloves and condoms. Okay, and cosmetics. Use them for cosmetics too. Okay, next. It grows all over the place. Here's its range map. Click. There it is. There's its range, so it's not uncommon, it's not threatened. It's kind of all over the place. But the main reason that it is awesome is the spores are freaking explosive, right? They literally explode, okay? Now, go ahead. So, here's where I do the part where I do the club moss spore explosion demonstration. But actually, no, I'm not gonna do it. And to be honest, there's a reason. I spent 4 hours digging through my basement, finding my little container of club moss spores. I was like, there's no way I would have ever thrown them away. They were hard to gather. I can't find them. I didn't feel like paying $75 to rush them shipping. Plus, I don't want to buy them at all, right? Like, I want to collect them. Then I started thinking, you know, that room has a low ceiling and there's lots of fire sensors. I don't know if everybody here wants to get wet, so I decided to not do it, but I'm going to tell you how to do it so you can do it for somebody else, okay? All right, so there's one example of it. So here's how you do it. If you go out in like September and August, it's usually mid-September when it's ready, you'll notice them because you walk through the woods and you'll just see these yellow puffs, right? You just sort of put a bag around them and tap them. You can collect, even if you just collected like a tablespoonful, it would work. And then put it in like a McDonald's straw, a big straw, and then blow it on a fire. It's awesome, right? Okay. Actually, in Gen Z, it's lit. That means awesome. Okay. Don't take too many of them though, because they take 25 years to grow. So they're really neat, but it takes 25 years before they produce spores. Even when the spores go into the soil, it takes them like 5 years before they even sprout. So take a little, play with them, show them off, and get some more next time. All right. Now, you ever wonder what they did back in the day in those old photographs, right? That's what they were using. That device would actually just blow a puff of air through that, and they light it at the same time, and it produces a big flash. And click, and magicians are into it. In fact, when I was trying to buy it, it was from like a magician's website, right? But I don't want to buy it. I want to collect it. Okay, so you might you're like, wait a minute, tourism. I didn't know botany. I mean, pyrotechnics. Maybe I'm not in the right place, but I'm hoping that you can kind of track where I'm going here, right? I want you to find these cool little things like that, right? Go ahead. So awe is the emotion behind awesome, obviously. And it is a big part of what people why people come here specifically, but for tourism, very much in general, right? Because emotions are universal, all humans can feel awe. Now, some languages don't have a word for it, or they have multiple words for it. But it's something that all of us have in us. Generally, when we think of awe in tourism, we think about situations like this, right? Seeing a wild animal, that's awe. Or being at the top of Tuckerman's, that's awe. Academics have studied studied awe significantly in tourism. All kinds of papers about how people experience awe, the ways you can incite awe, places that specifically do it. These studies are so cool, they like bring people to a place where they can't see much, like at Half Dome, and they interview them like, okay, tell me how you feel right now, and then they bring them out and show them Half Dome. And they're like, okay, now tell me how you feel, right? And they can study this pretty in depth. There's a great book specifically about awe that, of course, I forgot to write the author's name down. But good stuff about awe. However, what I want to talk about is smaller, right? So if we go straight to New Hampshire, these are the kind of awe things that people come here to see, right? Rattlesnake, boy, you couldn't get a better moment of awe than when you roll up on the top of that rock at Rattlesnake, right? Like, that's what it's all about. Or when you look out the back of the Omni Mount Washington and you see that mountain, right? That's awe. But while this is, sure, these are awesome. no doubt. But awesome doesn't have to be big, right? And it doesn't have to come from the things that we expect, right? It's an emotion, and it can emerge from all sorts of things. So though we might imagine it with the big stuff, it can come from all kinds of things. So really quick story here. The first COVID summer, I drove the off-road, the six-wheel drive off-road trucks at Alpine Adventures. It was a great time. I mean, it wore me out, but it was a good time because I got to teach people even though they didn't know. I was like, I'm going to teach you. I'm a professor. Sorry. You're going to learn stuff. You're going to just zone out if you want, but I can't really do this without teaching you. But I had these, I was doing, no, don't be calling me. You want to tell no. Sorry. I'm used to this because I'm lecturing all the time too, like people. I always forget. Because when your phone goes off, I'll be like, see? Okay, so I took this family out, and they were from Block Island, right? Which excited me in itself. It was like, hey, you're from like a total tourism destination. Come to another total tourism destination. I'm glad to see you here. And it was just this trip, there was just this family, right? It was like mom, dad, 2 boys. And we didn't get halfway up the mountain before they're like, stop, 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 look. And I'm like, okay, what? And I didn't understand what they were so excited about. They're like, can we get out and go look at them? And I'm like, yeah? What? Squirrels, right? Turns out there's no squirrels on Block Island, right? Can you imagine being a kid and never seeing a squirrel before? And so you saw squirrels, and guess what? You thought they were awesome, right? And they were, because you'd never seen them. And they're like, you can get so close to them. Look, there's so many of them. Look, they're doing the digging and the nuts. And I'm like, that's what they do. So the fact that you can do all of this, right? Like the fact that you can get all from such these tiny places is just great news, right? Because we live in a really diverse and special place. So you don't have to have lakefront property for your place, right, where you're bringing people to create awe, right? You can actually make DIY experiences that are awesome for little to no cost. Do it yourself. DIY. Right? All right, so I made this 4-step process for how to create awe. Sharing awesome with visitors in 4 steps. So the hard part. Now, I put this in quotes because it may not be hard for you, right? As you can tell, I get awed by all kinds of stuff, right? Like, I'm somewhere between eclectic and psychotic, and so is my wife. So we have collections in our houses of pine cones. We've gone through moss, pine cones, bark, acorns this year, lots of stuff. But you just get fascinated with them. Once you learn, they're awesome, right? Okay. So the hard part is finding your fascination. Not everybody is as open to that, right? You have to be willing to fall in love with stuff, right? And you have to kind of put yourself in that mindset like you're a kid, right? So if you're from here, remember what it was like to be a kid here, because you're used to it now, right? You're used to it, but remember what it was like. Or if you're not from here, remember what excited you when you did come here. Maybe go back and look at old pictures that you have. That often this is what I did to get prepared for this. I was like, oh wow, that's right, I forgot. We spent like 6 months collecting rocks, right? And that's true, right? Okay. Another thing is to pay attention to what your visitors notice, because they're coming here because they wanted something different, right, from their backyard. And so the things that they notice are the things that, are interesting to them, right? You can ask them, hey, did you see any cool little stuff? Did you take any pictures of stuff? Did you see anything happen that was just fascinating? What do they post about, right? And then you have to kind of immerse yourself in understanding things, right? That's where you learn the things like, hey, this is 400 million years old and it takes 25 years to grow, right? Find an expert to help. And when I say expert, I don't necessarily just mean someone who has a PhD in botany, right? We do have those right down the road. But somebody who works with things like this all the time. Now, thing is a really abstract, and I'm going to narrow that down a bit. But someone who works with the thing that's interesting, that's awesome to you. Okay. Go explore some places near your place, because you're very familiar with your place. go somewhere that's a mile or two down the road, because it's going to be similar but different, right? Go explore that, and then go back and re-explore your backyard. And what I mean by your backyard is your place. Now, not all of you have places, but you get what I mean. Go check out, you all have yards to some extent. Go explore your backyard and do it slowly. If you can, bring an expert. One good source of experts is kids, right? You can find those pretty easy. Kids are experts in this because they are fascinated by things, right? We call it childlike wonder, right? For a good reason. All right, mica. You know, mica is so awesome. I gave every single person that rode on my truck a chunk of mica because it's great, right? It's a rock that bends. How much cooler, I guess, cool as it gets, right? If you're wearing makeup right now, it has mica in it. All right, so the easy part is to teach yourself about the things that you're excited about, right? And that's kind of the key, that's the new development in the past 30 years. It's so easy to teach yourself about everything around you, right? Google it, obviously. Read the entire Wikipedia. Read all the references on the Wikipedia, right? You can look on Google Scholar if you wanna, if you really feel like digging deep and reading academic articles, look on Google Scholar. You can, you just have to put the scientific name, right? You may have to figure that out. YouTube videos. You know, just like now how every automobile out there has a video about how to fix the brakes on it, right? You can find a video about every flower, bird, mineral, everything, right? And from people who are excited about it. That's kind of what I mean about the experts, right? They're like, we run micafascination.com, right? Reddit is also a great place where you can find, I mean, it's not as diverse, but there's an r/pinecones. I'm a member of it. And it's people who just like love pine cones, sell pine cones, collect exotic, the sugar pines, that's the like giant, massive ones. Anyway, write an expert an email. Guess what? People who are expert, where's my train guy? Where are you? There he is. If somebody wrote you an email about trains, you would write them back, right?
Pretty quick.
You would share it. You'd be like, oh, well, let me tell you.
I would bore them to death.
Exactly, right? But if they're fascinated, they're going to love it, right? Okay, and then, but no, of course, books have it all collected into one place. Okay, so you're going to go teach yourself about it. Step 2. That's step 3, is find it. And what I mean is go find it at your place, right? There's a Luna moth. Has anyone ever been amazed at a Luna moth? Of course you have. They're awesome, right? They're so cool. They're green. Look at this, 9 of them. That's my back door. I don't know, like, I feel like there was some witchcraft going on. It was really weird. I was like, we need to either go to the casino or to church. Something's going on. But go find it, right? How do you find this stuff? It's in your backyard somewhere, even if you have an acre access. And of course, you got all kinds of public lands that count as your backyard, right? Explore stuff with all your senses. Smell it, rub it, taste it if it seems appropriate. Collect stuff, right? Collect specimens of things, if you can do it sustainably, right? Bring your friends, make a party, bring other people who you know would be into it. You gotta get some hippies, right? They love doing stuff like this, and kids. Go out, check stuff out, look for things. And then again, kids, take a bunch of pictures so you can remember what it felt like to be fascinated with the things. And then make a map. I'm a geographer, you gotta make a map, right? Now, it's all right in your backyard, you'll remember where you found it, right? I can tell you right now, you could pull up a Google Earth image, I could point to the exact spots where club moss grows on my land, right? 5 acres, like there, because I just remember. Not everybody has that mental map possibility, but you can always just write it down somehow. Put a pin. Did you know we have glow-in-the-dark mushrooms? Like, that is freaking awesome, right? I've never actually seen these. Like, this one is still in the future. The creative part of this now, the 4th step, is to share it, right? Now, sharing fascinating things with visitors is actually an academic field, right? It's called interpretation. If you want to be a park ranger or you want to work at the Science Center, you can be trained to be an interpreter. But you can learn how to do it. It's simply sharing awesome stuff with people, right? Think about specifically why you love this thing, right? Write down the awesome stuff you learned about it. You've read all kinds of stuff. There's a few things that are just so awesome. You're like, I'm gonna write those down. Did you know you can take classes to learn how to be a storyteller? You can be a certified storyteller. I had a friend growing up whose dad was a storyteller, and it was so cool to get him to tell stories. Like, he practiced, he wrote the stories, he told them, he knew how to do it, because you can learn how to tell stories, right? You gotta be a teacher, but you don't wanna seem like you're a teacher, right? Because especially if kids think you're a teacher, they're gonna get, or they're gonna think they have to take notes, right? But you're learning them without them realizing it, right? I think it's really important to talk about science and ecology and the uses of things, but boy, the mythology and the symbolism and the folklore of all these things, right? All these little awesomes, just as important. And in fact, it really broadens the audience when you can talk about things like folklore right next to talking about things like scientific processes, right? Create art with it. Create art about it. These are all natural things that should be fairly easy to find, even if they're things you're just taking a picture of, right? You can always, you can take a picture, print it, make it beautiful, hang it up in the wall in your place. Okay. This is one that I feel like works great. A small, free souvenir. Like I said, I gave everyone that rode my truck a little piece of mica. I found like a cache of it, and I just got like a whole big bag, and I would give the kids the bigger ones, the ones that had the black mica in it, but everybody got to take it home. And I would also crumble it up and rub it in my beard, because it's like beard glitter mica. I had a lot more beard back then. Document how you share it. Like, what I mean by that is, if you're giving it away, put it online, show that you're giving it, show that you're spreading it, show that, because that, that's what gets people to come back, is they know they can come here and take a picture of a mountain, right? They don't know they can come here and learn about beard glitter, right? That's the kind of stuff that you have to show them, right? But they'll remember it. Okay. Now, as you can imagine, I keep saying it and them, but I haven't given you a list. Now, this is a short list, believe it or not, of awesome things that you can share with visitors. And some of these are pretty random and eclectic, but I already mentioned that. Okay, tree things. So everything, IDing trees, wood, acorns. A bur oak is the largest acorn in New England. They're pretty rare, but they're out there. But a red oak, you got a million of those. Leaves, birch bark, also highly flammable. Pine cones, things that fly. Birds. Crows, I was talking to my wife, I was like, if you train a crow, you can train crows to do all kinds of crazy stuff. If you had a trained crow at your B&B, people would love it, right? It just takes a couple, there's all kinds of YouTube, again, that's why I'm doing this. There's all kinds of YouTube videos that teach you how to train crows. I don't think you can train owls, but you can listen to them. Hawks, grouse, turkey, eagles, bats. Learn their calls, their behaviors, their nests, find their eggs, feathers. Who's got a feather collection? I knew it, right? I knew you people. I got feathers. You ever found a blue jay feather? They're hard to get, right? But I have all my feathers in one place. If you come to my house, I'm gonna be like, sorry, it's messy. Want to look at all these feathers? They're really cool. Okay. Mushrooms. Oh my God, right? What was it, like 3 years ago? We had the most epic fungus season ever, right? We have such diverse woods. If you can't get excited about fungi and mushrooms, then you're just not looking, right? There's so many everywhere. I could talk an entire hour about Amanita muscaria. It's kind of the most symbolic mushroom in human history. But bioluminescence, things you can eat, things that will kill you, when they show up, where they live, colors, sizes, the culture behind them, things that are slimy. Take a tadpole, raise it into a frog. Right? Simple, kids love that. It'd be fun to do. Things that are furry. What do? Their footprints. All of their body parts, horns, hides, fur, their age, their genders, their sexes, where they live, what they eat, how they taste like, right? Rainbows, lenticular clouds, moon, sun, stars, useful plants, edible plants, growable plants, invasives, all kinds of bugs. Teach people about black flies, not just hate on them, you know? That's hard to say in July, but mosquitoes, ticks, butterflies, moths, ants, all the types of rocks, things that are valuable, things you can throw, boulders, moss, soil, all the types of snow, qualities of snow, amounts of snow, throwing snow, eating snow, making art out of snow. You know we have salmon here, right? Landlocked salmon in Swan Lake. It's just so cool. It's awesome, right? Okay. Then the more human stuff, you know. The first, the most famous alien abduction ever, right here in Lincoln. And in fact, there's going to be a new documentary coming out called White Mountains that's produced by this guy. He has kind of a ethnic, what is it, Barack Obama. He's directing it. Abandoned things. You don't have to go very far into our woods to find random abandoned machinery. Figure out what the heck that is, right? Well, how did it get there? Stone walls, old ski resorts, public graffiti, sculptures, murals, architecture, bridges, all of these things you can learn about and share their awesome with. The specifics of your place, all the indigenous history, even though, you know, we have a very low indigenous population, we have indigenous history just like everywhere else. The names for things, the beliefs for things, the symbolism of things, all this can be integrated into stuff you're telling your guests. And of course, most importantly, etc., right? Like, this is just all the random stuff I buy you. That's how I learned, by the way, what the club moss was. I'm like, what is this, some kind of mushroom that's getting this yellow shit all over me? And I took a picture of it. Yep, that's how I learned. Sky view. You do that at night, point at the sky, it'll tell you what every single constellation is, right where you are, and it tracks where it's going. It's like, oh, the moon's gonna be here at 10:48. Of course, Google Earth. Look at your property, get a metal detector. So fun to do that, because we have so much history here, you know? You can walk around in the woods here, metal detecting, you can find all kinds of stuff. A home weather station. I say that because I just got one of these for my birthday. And then it's gonna allow me to keep track of the coldest it's ever been, the hottest it's ever been, the most rain we've ever gotten, exactly the temperature it is here versus what it says it is in Plymouth, because I live up on the mountain. Onward, a telescope, a microscope, a magnifying glass, right? If you live somewhere in the mountains, or when you can see the mountains, you know, a cheapo telescope allows you to look really well right across a mile or two away, right? The same telescope that you look at the moon with, but, you know, you can stare at your neighbors. Okay. Some particular people, if you've ever heard of Tom Wessels, this guy is like the greatest naturalist in New Hampshire. You just Google, look at his videos on YouTube. He's the kind of person that can walk through the woods and tell you 500 years of history of this exact place just by looking at it. Like, he's just incredible. Here's a couple other people that are just folks that I know. Marianne McGarry, if you know these people. If you want to go learn about trees, she'll take you on the campus tour at PSU and tell you everything you could ever know and why every tree is awesome. Lynn, he's our bird guy. Rochelle, she does a lot of work on night sky. Amy, she knows everything about swamps and ecology and everything else we got. And of course, Jetta right here, who's in charge of doing such things, right? Through UNH Extinction, not extinct. But able, and then this guy, I don't know, I'll help you too, right? I'm excited about stuff. Okay, onwards. So, this is just sort of specific things you could do, but to begin with, I want you to look at that picture. This is a bridge, it's called Scripps Bridge, and it's in San Diego. This is actually a moment that's called, the moment is called Scripps Hinge. And it's the moment that the sun is setting at that exact spot, which only happens once a year, right? The next day, the sun will be a little bit too far to the right. The day before, it's a little bit too far to the left. So there's one day a year where the sun shines through that spot just perfectly, okay? So here's I'm going to come back to that. A bunch of things that you could make. A history of your property as far back as possible. A map. If you go on Google Earth, you can get satellite images from probably 15, 20 years back over time. Show how they change, right? That's my inner GIS person. Okay, record all the annual cycles. This is the first flower, the first snow. Peak foliage was on October 10th. The hottest it's ever been is 98. The coldest it's ever been is this. The highest flood we've ever had. The most snow we ever got. Here's every single flower that exists on this piece of property, or that we've seen. Every plant, every animal. I'm currently printing a poster of all the critters I've taken pictures of. Like, they're basically all mammals on my property, right? Because I got a bobcat, so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do it now. Rainbows tend to show up in one particular place in the sky. Figure out where that is, right? Pay attention. I text my wife, it's rainbow weather, go look, right? You gotta be aware of that stuff. Grow an exotic garden. I mean, of course, grow gardens. Gardens are great, but grow something weird, right? I feel like you grow random weird stuff. It's just as fun as growing anything else, but you just have a passion. Native food, like serve native foods. Make some hemlock tea, some sun tea. Serve it for free because you're going to get the materials for free, right? It's just a fun way to connect people to the place. Gold. Did you know you can find gold here, right? My buddy Bert, he goes out and he finds gold. It's not a lot, but you can get gold, right? If you have a little stream on your property, you can find gold. All kinds of other minerals too. All right, art by all means. If you're not an artist, find one. Pay them. I know some of you out there are like, I'm just not an artist, and I want to tell you something. That was me like 5 years ago. My grandfather's an art professor, my brothers, all my uncles, they're all artists. Even my wife's mom, she's a professional artist. I was like, yeah, that's just not me. Something changed, and I'm doing art all the time, don't I? Right? Like, I'm just constantly, I don't know why, it just changed. Okay, you can do art. I've been making stamps lately, right? Just to carve a stamp, with like the picture of your house on it. Stamp stuff, that one's a little weird. Okay. Souvenirs out of wood, rocks, make stuff, okay? All kinds of little things you can make. Fairy houses, I'm so excited that I've randomly run into these now every now and then. Fairy villages, fairy lore. There's a great little book called Fairy Houses of the Maine Coast that I found. A rock garden, we know what those are. Those are so lovely though. Different sizes, different, but you have to be paying attention, collecting rocks if you're gonna have a rock garden. You can't just grab the ones that are there. A dark sky spot. This comes from our previous conference, where we talked a lot about how to promote dark skies tourism. Because guess what? We have really dark skies here. And people love to come up and look at the sky and look at the stars, even if they're not like experts and know all about stars and constellation. It's really nice to go look at the stars in the summer, especially when there's a new moon and it's dark. It's lovely. People love that, especially if they're from the city. This one I had this idea of making an effigy and bonfiring it, right? Not necessarily a bad effigy, just like a celebration. I feel like we should have more ritual in our world. Our world is sort of de-ritualized. What if you had a yearly ritual where the end of black fly season, you build a big black fly like out of paper or wood and you just burn it, right? I think you do that every year, people will come back for that, right? Okay, I love this. Any of my students who've been with me in Rainbow Falls, I always try to get them to catch a falling leaf. It's so simple, but it is not easy to do, right? Tell the adults, not just the kids. See if you can catch a leaf, right? Bring it back to me. We like to pay attention to the last leaf on the tree that falls, right? Which one's it going to be? I love doing, I build igloos. You can learn how to build an igloo so easy. The Canadian government put out made a documentary in the 50s, the National Film Board of Canada. They just watched these two Inuit men build an igloo. It's not that hard. You have to have the right snow, but I've gotten to do it a couple times. And what else? Totem pole, right? Think of the people in your family, your place. You don't have to be good at carving. Just sink a hole in the ground, paint it on there, or find someone who can paint it or carve it. That's neat stuff. It's unique. A hummingbird array, all you gotta do for that is buy about 15 hummingbird feeders. Put them on kind of like a frame, and you gotta feed them up, fill it up all the time, right? But if you do it for 4 or 5 years, you will have flocks of hummingbirds, right? And you can imagine, you could build, this is it, build it in a way where you could like put your head in the middle of it and get someone to take a picture, right? Hummingbird array, hashtag, done. Okay, all right, a solar feature. So basically the Scripps hinge is a solar feature. It's a place where the sun shines through something and we make it there on purpose, and it only happens at one time of year, right? There's several temples around the world that are built with that in mind, that like there's a hole and the sun shines through and it hits a mirror and it lights up the gods or whatever. But you could just as easily do this with just like one of these crystals, and you make it to where when the sun comes up, it shines right through the crystal and it busts up a bunch of rainbows all over your room there. You could move it. You could build something more permanent so that on the day that you burn the black fly effigy, the sun shines right through this thing, and I don't know. There's a lot of ways you can do it, but that's kind of that built environment, unique, super special thing that you can use to bring people to your place. Okay. All right, but here's what Scripps Hinge actually is like, right? That was a picture of it, but if you go, this is what it's actually like, right? Because it's so awesome. And it's a public beach, so it's free. So people literally do migrations to come and watch this. Because, now, it wasn't built with that intention. It's an accident, but there's no reason you can't do it on purpose. So, ultimately, whatever your awesome is the goal is to create memorable experiences, not just pictures. Everybody has pictures of mountains. They never really do it justice. We want memories, we want things that don't fit into pictures only. People are just as pleased by people, and they make stronger memories than we are by impressive landscapes because people can mirror and transfer emotions, right? When I laughed at myself, you laughed at me too. Crafting this type of experience, though, it depends on you being in awe. That's the thing. You have to fall in love with it. You have to find it awesome, right? And I get that can be difficult, especially if you've lived here your whole life. You've seen these things over and over. They're very mundane and banal and everyday to you, but they are awesome. You just have to learn more about them. So, what is your awesome? Well, I guess that's up to you. I don't know, but do tell me, because I'm kind of partial to such things, as you can tell. I kind of like the awesome stuff, so you figure it out and let me know, and then I'll get into it too. So, there's what we got. This is, I'm going to show you one last image. This was an awesome day at Barn Door Hostel in Rumney. Why? Because it was a sunny snow, right? You ever been there where it's really sunny and also snowing really hard at the same time? Some of y'all were there when this happened. I got some of them were in that picture. That was so cool. It was awesome, right? It's kind of hard to take a picture of it, but the point is like, that's the whole point of the awesome stuff. You can't just take a picture of it. So, that's what I got. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Adam. Next, we'll be hearing from Steve Tucker, Workforce Development Manager at Lakes Region Community College, who will present on community engagement and workforce development. Steve graduated from Vermont Technical College with an associate's degree in architecture and building technology, and holds a BA in history from Plymouth State University and an MA in the same discipline from the University of New Hampshire. He also holds a certificate of advanced graduate studies in educational leadership from Plymouth State University. Steve has spent a majority of his career as an educator and school administrator in Lakes Region, and has also coached sports and served on local boards and community committees. Steve lives in Laconia with his wife and family. Please welcome Steve Tucker.
you want to stand up for a minute? Yes, sir. Hi, Joya. How are you? Luna, how are you? Well, I realized, I didn't really look at the program, but I realized fairly late that I had to follow Adam. And I don't have any scores that are awesome or anything like that. But I do hope to share a little bit with you about some of the work we're doing at Lake Region Community College and how that translates hopefully into some of the work that you're doing. I actually have a background in hospitality. When I was an undergraduate student at Plymouth, I was the front desk manager at Howard Johnson in White River Junction, Vermont. I was able to be a part of the Vermont Lodging Restaurant Association. Love the work that you do. I find that people who are working in travel and tourism are resilient. They're great people, and they like to have fun, and that's fantastic. Appreciate the introduction, and I'll scale back a little bit of what I was going to say. Maddie, how are we doing for time?
You're good.
Okay, all right. And we have, is it 11:15 stop?
Yep.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure. So you can see, I think, can you go back one slide? Yeah. So as was introduced, this is really the focus question, or I've created a focus question based on the topic, but really what I want to talk about is people. I want to talk about collaboration. I want to talk about community and its importance in the work that we're doing. Here's an overview, so there's a total of 14 slides. The last two, I don't really have a lot to say about it. And when I was thinking about what to say, I was thinking a lot about change. And this is a picture of the Pemigewasset House, which I'm sure, Adam, you probably in some of your classes. And if you just look at it, if you look at the fences, the size of it, the horses, you'll notice, you can't really see it, but there's not a lot of trees. Because at this time, there was a lot of deforestation, and by 1910, and I'll talk about 1910 in a little bit, New Hampshire was about 87% deforested. I'm seeing Adam shake his head, so I feel good that my facts seem right with him. So things are changing a lot in the work that we're doing, and even though it is, and it's scary to think about the future and what that means and how we might have to change, there's also some excitement that goes along with it. Shane, can we go to the next slide? So I really enjoy people, and I'm fortunate enough to have worked in some jobs, and I've loved every single job that I've done. And what I love the most about the work that I do is the people that I interact with. Love this event. I love the fact that we're here in Plymouth. I was here actually last Friday at a lacrosse game. And it's crazy to think that there's lacrosse games being played at Plymouth State University now. My son plays lacrosse at LaSalle University, so his first preseason scrimmage was yesterday. It was the coldest lacrosse game ever. I mean, I'm thinking, what are we doing watching lacrosse? But love Plymouth, love everything that's happening here. And even though I live in enemy territory, because I've worked in the land of Sachem Nation, we have some middle school kids from Laconia here? Yeah. Is that right? That's fantastic. Where's Liz Doobie?
Oh, she just stepped out.
Perfect timing.
Right? We can't talk about her.
Right. So love the fact that she's bringing a lot of Laconia middle school students. Is Eric Kahn here today? Did he make it? Yep. No? Thank you for your card. So a lot of these guys were here at Lake Region Community College on Friday and got your cards, and love the fact that your teachers had you do that. I don't know if they had you do it or if you want to do it. Either way, it's a great thing. So thanks. And I'll say that I shared what you wrote with the faculty and staff at Lake Region yesterday. I was born in Laconia. My mom is a native Laconia. My kids are the fourth generation of kids to go through the Laconia school system. But my father is a Vermonter, and so he had moved to Laconia to take a printing job. They met. had kids. We spent the first part of my childhood in the little town of Lancaster, New Hampshire. And we have a family farm in Vermont that we spent a lot of time at. We spent all of our vacations and weekends, and we were living in Lancaster. And eventually I moved there when I was 13 and learned a lot about life on the farm. Anybody ever work on a farm in this room? What kind of a farm? Do you mind sharing that with me? Do you mind?
We have horses and flowers and raised animals over the years.
Riding horses or what? Riding horses, okay. Maddie, you too? Yeah?
Hogs, draft horses, riding horses.
Okay.
And one time I rode a hay rake, an old-fashioned hay rake, being pulled behind a tractor, and I had to sit there all day long and hit this pedal to make the windrows. That was a long, sweaty, horrible day.
We had an old hay rake.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, if you worked on a farm, it's hard life. It was my grandparents on my father's side, primary source of income. And we ship milk to Cabot Creamery, and there are no vacations. The cows always have to get milked. I would milk cows before I went to school. And so I learned a lot about what hard work is. Because, a lot of times you go, oh, that's really hard. And work is hard in its own way. But when you work on a farm and you're depending on making enough milk to be able to pay grain bills and be able just to pay food bills, it's a very different lifestyle. But I'll tell you, I learned so much about it. I graduated, played sports, graduated from Oxbow Union High School. Talked a little bit about my educational experience, so I won't go into that, but was really excited to spend some time in the hospitality industry, but eventually go into education. That's what I was passionate about. And so I was a social studies teacher for 17 years at Laconia High School, and then took a series of jobs as administrators. My last administrative job, I was a superintendent of schools in Laconia for 5 years. The year I was hired was the year that the COVID shutdown happened. So I'm looking at some of these kids who are from Laconia who would have been second or third grade, and I had kids who were in the Laconia school system too, and I just would think a lot about how hard that experience was, and I'm thinking, what am I doing? I didn't get in this job to do COVID protocols at schools. But had a great experience doing that job, and eventually resigned after 5 years because I felt like I needed to have a better work-life balance, and I really didn't know what I was going to do. And so I had a conversation with the president of Lakes Region Community College, who I had served on his advisory board, and I said, hey, just so you know, this is why I resigned, I'm okay, everything is fine. And eventually this job as the workforce development manager opened up, and I thought, you know what, that might be something I want to do. And sure enough, I applied for the job, went through the process. For some crazy reason, they hired me to do it, and I've been doing that job for 14 months. I have, I'm one of 4 kids. I'll let you guess if I'm the oldest or the youngest, and then you don't have to tell me that. How many of you come from a family of more than one child? How many of you are only children? How many of you come from a family, in your family you grew up with 2 children? 3. Wow, a lot of 3. 4? And you're including yourself in that. Does anybody have a family that you grew up with more than 4 kids in the family? Holy cow. How many? 5.
7.
3. I do know.
5 in my family, and we got 5 kids.
So you want to replicate the
8.
8 kids in your family? Holy cow. That's incredible. And where are you in the birth order of that?
5th.
You're the 5th. Wow. Does that have its advantages, or should you have been the oldest or youngest, or?
It probably has advantages.
Okay. They said this thing called the middle child syndrome. Is that a thing?
Right. A little bit, but there's sort of 2 sets of, there's like a bigger break of 4 between me and the older one.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like 2 families with their own dynamics. I'm kind of the oldest of the second batch.
Gotcha. Gotcha. I understand that. Yeah, that's amazing. Can anybody top that? You win. Give her a round of applause. So I didn't try to match my parents. We have 3. This is the first year that we are officially empty nesters. So my daughters graduated from college. I have 2 in college, so they do come home on breaks and occasionally, but it's really quiet around the house. But we do have 2 dogs who take up a lot of our time, and we enjoy them a lot. Next slide. So here's some things that you probably know. There's no surprises here in terms of some of the benefits and challenges of workforce in central New Hampshire as it relates to tourism. Adam talked a little bit about travel and tourism tangentially, talked about the seasonal impact. How many of you have a business that's busy really one season of the year? Interesting. How about all seasons? Okay. And how many of you are directly involved in travel and tourism? Directly. Okay. And do you mind just shouting out some of the businesses that you're involved in?
Bed and breakfast.
Thank you.
Castle and Clouds.
Fantastic. I was married there, April 5th. Love that place. Anything else?
Waterville Valley Recreation Department.
Fantastic. All right. Love it. Fantastic. Owl's Nest. I've heard that's a wonderful wedding venue. Fantastic. Yeah, so a lot of different kinds of, and the reality is everybody is going through the same kind of challenges. Right? In terms of the assets, we know about the, Michelle talked about the New Hampshire Advantage. This is a really business-friendly climate that we have here in New Hampshire. The outdoors, the seasons, and the fact that we have educational pipelines, including LRCC and Plymouth State University, that get people directly into jobs is an amazing thing to have here in New Hampshire. We have some challenges, though. We're the 2nd oldest state in the union, and northern New England has 3 of the oldest 5 states in the union. The average age is 43. And I've heard that north of Concord is the oldest demographic in the United States. In some, the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute. What's that?
Because we lived forever.
I love that. We're hardy New Englanders, right? Let's call we're Yankees. By 2040, the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute says that we're going to need 90,000 more housing units. How many of you are directly or indirectly impacted by housing challenges? If you didn't raise your hand, you should all raise your hands, because everybody is directly or indirectly, thank you for raising your hand, by that. Think about being a young person graduating from Plymouth State University, which some of you, Andrew, you're going to be doing that soon. Think about the challenges of what it's going to take to buy a house. And you know what? You're going to make it happen. I don't know how it's going to happen, but you're going to make it happen. Also, the accessibility to childcare and other resources. It's a hard time for some of the people who are working in our organizations. Next slide. I know Michelle said that tourism and travel bring in the 2nd most revenue, but in terms of the number of employees, the information I've got has hospitality as the 3rd largest, and just in terms of the workforce. You can see that healthcare and manufacturing are above that. But I would say that a lot of businesses are directly or indirectly related to hospitality, as you well know. Next slide. So I work at Lakes Region Community College, as I've said, and that's been shared with you. And our mission is pretty straightforward, right? We're a community college, and so our goal is to support the community and the people in it to provide opportunities for their careers. And to be honest with you, that's something I'm pretty passionate about. I love the fact that I get to interact with a wide range of people to help give them answers, and I feel like we've got some good answers to do that. I think having a mission is a really important thing. In the world of tourism and travel, you might not be working with students or participants, but you are working with clients and customers. You might not be providing education and training, but you are providing enjoyable experiences. And oh, by the way, we're hoping that in training and education at Lakes Region Community College, that people are having an enjoyable experience. And I believe that, particularly in central New Hampshire, the work that you're doing is vital to the communities that you live in, as it is in Lakes Region Community College. I think that sometimes in our work we can get caught up in the day-to-day, right? That every day has its challenges, but stepping back and thinking about, why am I doing this work? And having the people that are doing the work with you and for you, knowing why they're doing it too, because in the end, obviously we have to do what we have to do to make our operations run, but why are we doing this? I'm a big fan of Simon Sinek, and if you haven't read anything by him, I suggest you take some time to do that. He has this concept called the golden circle, which is not as fancy as any of the graphics in the Adam's presentation, but that's really what it is. And his idea is to start with why. Like, why are you doing this? And then the what, the when, and the what, and the how should come after that. And organizations, if you don't have at least an understanding of what that mission is, that would be important to do. And if you have it written and shared in public, that would be even better. Even though, in the next slide, the mission is important, the people connected to the mission, doing the work, the people you're serving, as you know, are so important. Mission matters, but people matter more. Valuing and enjoying the people that you're working with and serve is something that's so important. The three quotes that I think about when I think about working with people, the first one is a former Celtics coach who's really struggling in Milwaukee, if you're a basketball fan, but have you identified people in your organization who you can rely on? You know, one of the things that I typically do, and definitely did this at Lakes Region Community College, was I got hired and I went from directly or indirectly supervising 400 people in a school district. Now I supervise nobody. And so that's an interesting change, right? I mean, so one of the things I did was, who can I work with to get things done? Who can I be honest with to say, here's some things I think we could do, here's some things I don't think are going well, who's going to join that? And so one of the wonderful things about where we work is we have lots of people. We've got a diverse team. I've got Melissa Goyette, who's our new admissions director in the back. She's been with us for about 2 months, but she's already making a huge impact. Linda Jennings is our bursar. I didn't know that the new finance director's wife is going to be here, so I'm wondering what she's going to say about this presentation when she goes home. And by the way, the president's wife is here too, but that's okay. But finding people who can do things. One of the great things about working here is that we're empowered to make things happen. They want us to do things, and so I want to share some examples of some things I'm really proud of that we've put together. Some of them include an advanced manufacturing summit. So this picture includes myself, Carmen Gifford, who's the executive director of the Lakes Region Chamber, Taylor Caswell, who's the BEA commissioner, or was, and then also Joe Smith, who's an advanced manufacturing instructor. We're feeling like the advanced manufacturing world is not engaged, and there's so much that we can do to support it. How can we get people together? So on April 24th of last year, we had an event with a goal of just bringing people to the table and engaging them, and all those people in that picture had a role with it. If you don't know this, Lakes Region Community College has the only fire science program in New Hampshire, and by the way, in Vermont. And we serve many students that, if you look at your fire departments around, anybody work for a fire department here? No? Not a travel and tourism seminar, I guess. But many of the fire people working in your departments in your respective towns went through Lakes Region Community College. But we're feeling like, you know, what do they really need? Like, we're obviously churning out students, and people who are working in fire departments are coming to the college, but what else can we do to support that? So we have engaged the fire chiefs in Vermont, New Hampshire in different ways, through surveys, through going and meeting with them in person. And we're looking at developing a leadership academy, because we found that the greatest challenge, and this is typical in many organizations, is that leadership doesn't have the training and the support that they need. But again, without Nick Mercury, our fire department chair, who's on the top left or top right picture if you're looking at it, without him it would not be possible, without the support of the organization. We actually have a community engagement committee, and this is a picture of us on the bottom. You can't miss my coat, it's yellow. I'm on the, I guess, the left. But that committee is specifically charged with trying to find ways to engage our work in the community. And the next slide. Do you have moments in your organization where you feel like everybody has come together and successfully accomplished something?
Yes.
And so that's something that's important to think about. What can you say that you've done in the last year, or the last 5 years, or the last 6 months, where people can all say, hey, we did this and I was part of it? Does anybody have an example of that? Yeah.
I was recently part of the D&D improv show. It is Pirates, and it's performing tonight.
Tonight? And who else is involved in that?
There's the TTE Club in PSU, and there's I believe the Voice to Actors Club is the actors that were brought into that show.
So it sounds like a wide variety of people all are going to make this event happen. Where is it going to take place?
The Silver Center.
I wish you good luck. When I was here, the Silver Cultural Arts Center it's the first year of my last year here, a long time ago. So it's really cool to see that you're using that. And there may be some other examples too that you might want to share, and maybe that's a hard thing, but what are some things that you can do to say that you all came together? As a history person, I'm a big fan of the Lewis and Clark expedition, which when it happened in the early 1800s, it was sort of like a mission into outer space that took place in the 1950s and 60s here in the United States and Russia. And whether you all know it, we're all on a journey with the people in our organizations. And in some cases, you're with the people in the organizations more than you are with your families. I used to have this Margaret Mead quote in my signature line in my email, and we see some great opportunities in an effort to try to collaborate and engage the community. For 3 years, we had an event called the Festival on a Hill. And when I first got at Lakes Region Community College, we were planning it, and we were using it as a recruiting event. We realized that the event was showcasing our automotive program. And we had this idea with Katie Sweet, who was our marketing PR person at the time, to have a car show. And we had no expectation that anybody was going to show up for a car show. We had no idea about car shows. We don't really know those people. We knew a few people that had cars, but after making some connections, we had 60 people show up at the college with an antique car. I had no idea that was going to happen. We had a great amount of community engagement, but realized that the timing of the recruiting is not great, because in May, if you know anything about schools, there's a lot happening. Graduation is going to be happening. College graduations are happening that month. And so we're looking at having a car show instead, and just focusing on that as opposed to having it as a recruiting event. But in order to make that happen, we're going to build on that, but Katie Sweet. Our new marketing PR person is Jan Bryson. We've got Jamie Decato, who's our department chair, who's in one of the pictures here. And having the community connections, these two guys, so this is Warren Mitchell, this is Don Haddock. They're two guys who we had some personal connections with. Don Haddock, I don't know how he has this, he's a former mechanic, he has 12 antique cars, including a 1941 Buick. And so we talked to him, we said, how do we make this happen? How can we get people to have cars? And basically they did all the work, and we're looking for them to support that. Another example of collaboration is we have a weatherization training that takes place. And by collaborating with New Hampshire Saves, which is an organization that comprises the 4 utilities, New Hampshire Saves will pay for the tuition for our participants. A 3-day training, so you can essentially go to that training for free. We work with the State Weatherization Task Force, where we listen to contractors to hear what they have to say, what are their concerns, what are their needs, and we design trainings based on what their needs are. I'm really proud to say that We're going to be sponsoring a weatherization apprenticeship program. We already have 12 apprentices. So working with Apprenticeship New Hampshire, working with some specific contractors like Turncycle Solutions, we have an apprenticeship program ready to go. So again, I couldn't do that on my own, but by having all those people involved, I was able to make that happen. In the next slide, one of my favorite books to teach, and Linda Jennings, who knows a lot about French, would appreciate this, was a novel written by Voltaire called Candide. The book was written in 1759. It includes a wide cast of characters and is about a person named Candide who grows up, and his name, if you translate it from French, means innocent. And what he sees in the course of his travels all around the world in a time where the Inquisition is happening, the age of exploration and more, he encounters lots of things that are not so great. He encounters abuse of power. He sees slavery. He sees women being mistreated, and so on. And so the question in the novel is his teacher, whose name is Pangloss, which means all talk, his philosophy is all is for the best. In other words, everything in the end is going to work out. Have you ever heard that? Like, it's all going to work out fine. When you read the book and you see all the things that are happening that really are not so fine, the question is it all really for the best? And at the end of the novel, there's a great scene where a few of the characters in Candide's world are in a little farm in the Ottoman Empire, and they're all kind of doing their thing, they're working, and the philosopher Pangloss says, all is for the best. And there's this moment of, is Candide going to go and listen to his teacher, or is he going to disagree with him? And the last line of the book is a fairly famous one. It's where he says, that is all well said, but let us cultivate the garden. And so when I think about that quote, I think about us, like there's so many things going on in this world. The political divisiveness is so discouraging to listen to. When you turn on the TV and you look at some of the things that are happening around the world in Washington with conflicts, it's pretty discouraging out there. And for people running businesses, I can't imagine you thinking like, okay, what does this mean for my work, and what does this mean for the future? But in the end, we all kind of have to put our head down and try to figure it out. And so I admire that you're doing that, and we're going to continue to try to do that. In some cases, we've had some challenges at Lakes Region Community College too. This is a time where it's really hard for people to afford an education. This is a time where some people are questioning, do I really need an education? You know that state funding to support education is really challenging right now. Thank you. So what are we going to do about this? So again, with great people I work with, we have a new peer support program and a social work program that we're running. How do we engage people to get the word out there about that? This October we had a mental health symposium. In the picture that's in the top right, or the top left, Justice John Broderick, who's a great advocate for mental health wellness, was the keynote speaker. We had 9 people who work in the field to talk about mental health, wellness, and opportunities in there. I'm really proud of the career expos that we've had. Joy Hughes is the Housing and Economic Director in the City of Laconia, along with other people, the Chamber of Commerce, New Hampshire Employment Security. We've had 750 people from about 20 schools that range from Milford, New Hampshire to White Mountain Regional. Really psyched that we've had people from Plymouth Regional High School there too, with the goal of engaging with employers, with learning about careers from panelists, and also taking tours. So in the last panel we had last Friday, we had kids seeing a canine demonstration. We saw kids saw an eyeball dissected. I don't know what the animal was. It's some kind of a cow. Oh, so if that doesn't grab your attention, and some other things. So 750 people engaged in that. I'm proud of that. Again, our team made that happen. We had a National Weatherization Day to try to engage people about weatherization. The picture that's in the bottom left is our team at Pumpkin Fest. which is an event in Laconia that's a fantastic event if you haven't gone. It's a 1 day, and I think we're going to make it a 2-day event. We have a pie eating contest as sort of the centerpiece activity in it, but it's more than the pie eating. It's a chance for us to get out there and engage with the public and to share the good things that's happening. In the next slide, partnerships has been something that's really important, and you know who your partners are and how they can benefit you, and not just to have it benefit you, but also have people that you enjoy working with. It's easy to look at this world and be discouraged, like I said before, but there are opportunities. With our collaboration with the schools and with others, we're going to have hundreds of kids at the campus. We had 60 people turn up for the mental health symposium. In the world of financial support, our peer support program is a certificate program that you can do for free. And you can get a certificate through DHHS and become a peer support, and the need for peer support people is great. So think about that. If you're looking for a career, even an entry career, you can get this certification for free. New Hampshire saves funds about $80,000 of tuition assistance for our programs. So every energy program that we have at Lakes Region Community College is funded either 75 to 100%. So if you want to become an energy auditor or weatherization installer, if you want to work in the energy field, all those programs are largely funded for. We're right now looking at a crisis response certification that would also be funded totally by the state. So we think about just the cost of college as well. I have 3 kids in college. How many of you have a kid in college? Okay, and how many of you are in college? Okay, so think about the cost of that, right? Melissa's working hard on a 2+2 initiative. Get people thinking about doing 2 years in the community college and then doing 2 years if you want to continue in a 4-year university or a 4-year college. Could save somebody up to, we talked about, up to $65,000. In the next slide, to wrap it up, thinking about change. So this is little town of Plymouth, and thinking about, look at what Plymouth was like in 1910. Again, largely deforested, dirt roads. It must have been terrible to clean houses back then, especially during mud season. Michelle, you talked about mud. I think about it a little differently in this presentation. And then think about it now, and think about what's happened in that 100 years, right? In 1910, the average lifespan of a person was 47 years old. Only 8 to 14% of all homes in America had a bathtub. Only 6% of high school Americans graduated. Women could not vote. And in New Hampshire, the largest businesses were centered around tourism and agriculture and textiles and shoes. Today, obviously we've talked about some of the things happening today, but think about what's going to happen in the next 5 years, 10 years, or 15 years, or even 100 years. This place is going to be so different, and if we don't embrace that, even though it's scary, there's some exciting things that can happen. In the next slide, I think approaching this work with optimism, that you spend so much time in your jobs, in your careers, interacting with the public, enjoying it to the extent that you can. I had the privilege of going to an end-of-life service for a colleague's father-in-law, who I actually just saw when I was on a run last night, and I told her that I was using this. But I love the fact that every day is a gift. That this is the only February 12th, 2026 you're ever going to have. And then think about when you go to work, how do you share that gift? How do you show appreciation that this is the only day in this life that you're going to have on this day? And then thinking about the fact that I'm looking at these middle school kids who are in 8th grade, some of these college students who are, believe it or not, in 20 or 30 years, you're going to be up here giving this presentation. You're going to be running these companies that we're talking about today. You're going to be doing things. And for us to understand that all of these students here are people with potential, And you have no idea what these young people, we have no idea what these young people can accomplish. Last slide. Or second to last slide. This will be shared, but this just has some resources. I won't get into the details of that, but I do want to highlight Work Invest New Hampshire. If you don't know about that program, it's an incredibly underutilized program that will pay for 50% of the training costs, reimburse you for 50%. So if you wanted to have any of your employees trained in any way, this program, which again is incredibly underutilized, will pay for 50% of the training costs. We work closely with the Laconia Office of New Hampshire Employment Security, and we oftentimes partner to help businesses find ways to financially make trainings work. My last slide is just my contact information. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Again, I give you so much credit for doing the good work that you're doing, the work that you're doing in your organizations, whether it's in schools or in hospitality or whatever you're doing is so important to this state, and I really appreciate being a part of it. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Steve. That message of community, collaboration, and partnership is so timely and relevant when we talk about workforce development, and it's something that our chamber has always highlighted as well. So we're grateful for your words. And Adam, I just want to fess up, I think I already told you this, but I have a pine cone obsession. So I feel you. All right, so in a minute, we're going to have a 45-minute break. And during this period, we encourage you to visit the exposition area and learn about our exhibitors. Now, some of you probably have already been in there. However, we're going to have a game that you can play. But before I get there, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen after your break. It's going to be followed by a networking luncheon. As part of the networking experience, we're asking you to move to the assigned tables that are on your name tag. Everyone has a little number, and you probably were looking at them when you came in. There's no numbers here. What do you mean you want me to sit at that? Well, I tell you, those numbers are magically going to appear very shortly. So, the Common Man team is going to be resetting this room. They're going to come through and clean up the tables so they're nice and clean for you for lunch. You're welcome to leave your personal items at the place you're sitting now, and then come back after the exposition break and move them to your number table. But please place all your things on your chair so that they don't clean those up. And they have the ability to clean the tables off for you, so they'll be refreshing the tables. So we encourage you to complete the online match game, which we have for you, because that's how you're going to enter the door prize drawing. So here's how it works. You should see a QR code. Yep, you got a QR code up there. There's going to be there's some signs in the exposition area as well. So use a cell phone or a tablet to scan that QR code and register using your first and last name, it'll prompt you, and your business or organizational affiliation. Once you're registered, you should see a list of attributes, and they're followed by a series of logos, all the logos for the exhibitors that are in the exposition area. You're going to visit each table and use the information you learn from the exhibitors to match one attribute to each exhibitor logo. When you've correctly matched all those attributes, you'll receive a message. Some confetti, woo, you finished. And it'll tell you that you've been entered in the door prize drawing. Now, if you don't have a phone with you or a tablet with you, or if you encounter any kind of difficulty with the online game, our Granite State ambassadors who are at the registration table have some paper slips that you can fill out in that eventuality, and we will add those in later. We're going to stop accepting those door prize entries through the online game and through the paper slips once the networking luncheon begins. When the entries are closed, I will add any paper entries to our electronic list of people who completed the game, and then we're going to use an electronic randomizer, because we're all about the tech, to select 13 winners who will be announced at the end of the day. Now keep in mind, you need to be present to win. So if you know that you're leaving before the end of the day, it would probably be best if you don't complete the game, because we want to have people that are actually going to be here who have completed the game. Also, one special note, I tested this on my phone a bunch of times, and I found that it can be tricky to drag an attribute down because they kind of all scroll down. And sometimes it scrolls really fast. If you drag an attribute into the very first logo you see, and it'll sit there and stay there, then you can slowly drag it down to the other places it goes. So that might make it a little bit easier for you. We will announce when there's 10 minutes remaining in the break so that you can complete the matching game and head toward the buffet. The buffet is going to, last year it was here in this hallway right behind us, but this year it's going to be behind the exposition area. So there'll be a buffet there, you will fill up your plate and get to your table by 12:15 so we can start the networking luncheon, which will be a discussion with the people you're seated with. One other thing, inside your program, most of you, we ran short by one table, will find a quarter sheet flyer soliciting nominations for our annual awards ceremony, which is part of our annual meeting in June. You don't need to be a member to nominate someone for this award. So please think about doing so. We will see you back at your assigned tables at 12:15 for the networking luncheon. Have fun.
actions might you take based on the information that the speakers shared? And I know it was a very great conversation, I think, so I can't wait to hear what this one has for
You know, developing your love for place, like finding beauty in the most simple and natural things, you know. That's mostly what you're talking about, like just appreciating something inherently just because of what it is. Like,
Everybody
How are we feeling, everybody? Good?
And it was pie, right?
So we're just finishing up on time for the networking, so we're gonna cut it a little short. We're gonna cut it to 5 minutes to share some brief insights from your discussions. Is there anybody in here that wants to start with the sharing on what the discussions were we had at your table? Any tables want to share what you guys talked about? I know you all have children. Did you say Bueller? So nobody talked about anything at their tables and nothing exciting happened in your conversations. Alright, I'm gonna call my own table out. Colleen, your screen. Let's share about what we talked at our table since nobody has anything nice to say. Alright, nobody wants to talk about it at my table. So we talked a lot about the idea of, Adam spoke about, finding the small things. And so one of the things I came up with were iguanas. Scary enough. And every time, how many people go to Florida, go to Puerto Rico, go to an island, and they're taking a picture of an iguana that's sort of walking across the pool? See? So we were talking a lot about, what are the simplistic things that we're doing when we're going somewhere else that is probably normal to everybody that's there. And I know somebody was looking at me funny a couple weeks ago when we were in Puerto Rico, that I was taking a picture. So we talked a lot about what are the things as we're out and about that we're taking pictures of here that maybe squirrels are not normal to people that are coming, but also when we're traveling, what are we seeing that people are looking at us going, that's normal for us. So we were just talking a little bit about that and how we're going to be a little bit more aware of the small things that we find. As Adam said, it's not always the big awesome things that you need to see, but sometimes the small simplistic things. That was table 7. I'm gonna start calling tables and nobody talks.
Hi, table 8 here. Kind of drafting off of the whole awesome. I think what we sort of talked about is networking. So speaker number 2, Steve, talked about networking and just collaboration. And so there's awesomeness and awe in just meeting new people, and the conversation can start small, but can lead into big things.
I think that's a great one. Anybody else talk about that?
I'll share something.
Maddie's got something to say.
Well, I know you guys always hear a lot from me, but everyone at this table, we had a nice little discussion about how we might collaborate on some of these things. And I suggested that maybe in the future, if there were different chamber members who were developing these kind of awesome activities and documentation for their businesses, that we could have a page on the chamber site where there could be links for people to go and learn about this and maybe even get the information they need to come and participate or to do it themselves. And we also talked about how you might involve local businesses with experts from PSU and also with people from the local schools. If kids are a great source of inspiration, then it would be really great to involve kids, and we've seen kids being involved here today, and I think seeing more of that in other areas of travel and tourism would be fantastic.
We all have things to share. I think that's a great idea, Maddie.
Chelsea?
All right, Sheila's got something to say.
Try not to fall. We lost our student participant to the photography out there. We had a great time talking about the different aspects of tourism and our different size facilities and what kinds of things we can do and what the opportunities are. And what inspired me was Adam talking about creating packages out of my enthusiasms that I offer to people, but I haven't offered them like a dated package. I also just found somebody out here in the expo. He has a new shuttle business. We talked to him about doing safaris, which I used to do with the limo company. So we had an antique safari, we had a golf safari, we had a winery and brewery safari. And they just have the car for the day and they get driven around and nobody has to worry about DUI.
We don't do that, Sheila. That's fantastic. Anybody on this side of the room? A little quieter. Nobody? Alright, I knew I could get somebody to say
If
something.
you were here, I would have handed you one.
I mean, I don't know if this is gonna pertain to the question, but we were just highlighting the youth at the table and how cool it is to have these conversations and collaboration with our peers, yes, but then having it integrated with middle school students. And just, I just want to give a shout out to all of them because it's not easy to do this, and I don't know if I would have been able to do this as a middle schooler or even a high schooler. So thank you for being here and being able to share this day with us.
Alright, so we're coming up on time. Did anybody have any last minute things they want to share? Don't be scared, we don't fight. Alright, so before we go into the next part, table 11 where Maddie's sitting. Is anybody not able to see right now?
Those are a 1.75 magnification.
Alright, Maddie's lying.
I read them.
Okay, we have them if you decide you can't see later on, you just don't want to admit it.
I'll leave them right here.
I can't see.
Awesome.
I can't see either, I was gonna borrow myself. Alright, so Maddie's up next to get started with our panel discussion. Great job, everybody.
Thank you, Chelsea. Great job. Actually, before we move on to our panel, Tiffany Doobie, who is a board affiliate with the Chamber and also a teacher at Laconia Middle School, has asked to say just a few very brief words.
Woo! I just wanted to take a minute and say thank you to everybody that helped get my 8th graders here today. I teach family and consumer science, in case you didn't know. It's the old-fashioned kind of home ec, but way more. The students are learning about financial literacy, career exploration, nutrition, cooking, life skills that are just so very, very necessary. But I wanted to say thank you so much to Service Credit Union, who they sponsored us and they paid every one of my students admission to this, which is wonderful. I want to say thank you to the Central New Hampshire Chamber of Commerce, Maddie Layton, everybody who's been working so hard to get my students here, and I think they learned a lot. And it's just so great to be able to see them be so mature and responsible and being able to greet each other. I told them the other day before we came, I was practicing, etiquette with them, and I told them if I teach you nothing else, probably the one best life skill I can teach you is how to greet somebody, look them in the eye, shake their hand, and really get to know them and remember their names. So this networking hopefully will come in handy as they become, a young adult and continue on in the future. So thank you for having us, and we got to go back to school.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. It was really a pleasure to have all of you here at Laconia Middle School. Safe travels back to school. We're going to give them a moment to
Leave your bag at the table.
disperse.
Every day.
All right, and I'm going to invite our panelists to come up and join us at the table up here now.
See you, Mitchell.
And if anyone would like to relocate up closer, now that some of the tables on the outside are a little empty, you're certainly welcome to do that. Or you can stay where you want.
But if you want to switch so you're not listed.
All right, next up, we have a panel discussion with 3 experts who graciously agreed to join us and talk about sustainable tourism, management, joint marketing. Each of our panels will present briefly on their area of expertise. Then I'll pose a few questions and ask the panel to respond. And finally, we'll finish up with a short Q&A period. Our first panelist, Dr. Jada Lindblom, will give us a macro view of issues related to sustainability in the travel and tourism industry. Jada is an economic development state specialist on UNH Cooperative Extension's Community and Economic Development team. In this role, Jada provides research, education, and technical assistance to communities and organizations across the state. She aims to facilitate strategic partnerships and collaborations among stakeholders to strengthen communities' economic potential and enhance quality of life. Jada's focus areas include tourism and outdoor recreation, workforce development, downtown revitalization, and other economic development topics. She is an affiliated faculty member in UNH's Recreation Management and Policy Department. Welcome, Jada.
So hi everyone, I have the dreaded post-lunch spot. So try to stay awake, get more coffee if you need it. You can start the slides there.
There you go.
Thank you, and you can go to the next one. You all know who I am at this point. So, well, I will tell you a little bit more about myself and why sustainability is a topic of interest to me and why I'm so into tourism specifically too. So I'm somebody that, you know, when I was younger, had a lot of different interests. Adam, you might like to know that I was a total botany nerd when I was in high school. You should see some of my fern sketches.
Nice.
You know. But I also always really embraced history and culture and arts. And I think I was always sort of drawn between like the outdoors and the indoors stuff. And I found that with tourism, you know, you can do it all because it really, you know, every place becomes more vibrant when you can kind of see places in the big picture. So I've been really lucky to work in a lot of different aspects of tourism and hospitality myself. I worked out west for many years. I've been able to travel to Europe to do my dissertation research. And now I get to travel around communities across New Hampshire to learn about what they're working on and see if we can provide technical assistance from the UNH angle of things. So next slide. There we go. So I want to kick this off with a question to you all. And I want you just to think to yourselves, have you ever traveled somewhere for a vacation or maybe just a day off and just you had a not so great feeling about the place that you went to visit? And try to think to yourself, why was that? Like what wasn't sitting well with you? Okay, next slide. So something about it was less than ideal, right? I'm gonna have to have you clicking a lot in this section here. So it may have been that there was a lot of litter or pollution, right? How many of you were sort of thinking about that type of thing? Yeah, I see a lot of nodding. It might have been crowding or traffic, things that were sort of interrupting your experience there. Maybe you encountered some attitudes that didn't really feel right, some unfriendly vibes from folks. Maybe the staff at a hotel or a restaurant just didn't seem to be very into their job. That happens, right? Maybe it was the other tourists there behaving poorly that was sort of rubbing you the wrong way. Maybe you saw people not respecting cultural resources or, you know, trampling over wildflowers or something like that. Maybe it was just too expensive and you thought like, am I even supposed to be here? I can't keep coming to this place year after year. This is too much. Or maybe it just didn't really feel like anything special. Maybe you felt like you could have been anywhere in that moment and you might have wondered, why did I bother coming here? Next slide, please. So it brings up these questions. You know, would you bother to go back there as a visitor? Or would you recommend that others go there? Because all tourism businesses and destinations rely hugely on word of mouth advertising. It's a major, major factor of why people choose a destination. So these sorts of impressions do matter. And the thing is, when you think about these different factors, you might not consider these to be about sustainability. Maybe that word came to mind for some of you, but likely it didn't. It sort of had to do more with the visitor experience and maybe just the overall impression of a place. But a lot of this actually does come back to this notion of sustainability. So what is sustainability? There's a lot of different definitions out there. And I think often we think about it in the terms of like the environment about whether something is green or not. And certainly that is one aspect of sustainability, but it is not the whole picture. The definition the United Nations has provided, since they really got into this work back in the 80s, is meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So is it going to be able to sustain into the future? So scholars have liked to conceptualize sustainability through different visualizations, and one that is pretty common is this idea of the 3 pillars that uphold what sustainability is. And those are generally categorized something like social, environmental, and economic. You need these 3 pillars for a place to be sustainable, because sort of like a stool needs at least 3 legs or it might topple over. You think of it that way. Next slide. Another way of thinking about it is through a Venn diagram where, yes, all these components are important, but they really come together to be sustainability collectively. And next slide. And here's a nested model that I kind of like because it shows how interconnected these notions are and really thinks about sustainability in the terms of the world in which we live. You have the environment and society. All of us are living within the environment, depending upon what the environment provides us. And then we build our economy based on what we can create from what the environment provides. So just a few different ways of thinking about sustainability. They're all, so-called correct in their own ways, and can be useful in different contexts. So then that brings us to sustainable tourism. And I've taught a couple different courses on sustainable tourism at different institutions over the years. And I sometimes like to say instead, I'm teaching about sustainability and tourism, because I think sustainable tourism can be a little bit polarizing, because it feels like it's either you're doing it right or you're not doing it at all. And really we need to think of sustainability as something that we're always sort of reaching for or trying to understand in different ways. And other people say, like, is sustainable tourism an oxymoron? Can tourism ever really be sustainable? Because often it is this sort of growth mentality, bringing more people to a place, increasing the economic potential of something, and that may be at cost of the environment or social factors. So it's a complex thing, and I think the more we can sort of dig into the gray areas of that, the more luck we'll have. And I think calling something sustainable tourism and saying, well, that's not sustainable tourism, that maybe doesn't open up the conversation broad enough to have real impacts happen. So a definition of sustainable tourism, though, that I think is useful is tourism that takes full account of its current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of visitors, the industry, the environment, and host communities. So good to keep in mind there. And some other definitions that sometimes get a little bit conflated, and I think this is helpful, especially since we're an industry kind of audience here today. These are provided by the Global Sustainable Tourism Council. One is ecotourism, and that really is a segment of tourism that involves bringing people to natural areas. So it might be like bird watching, or it could involve outdoor recreation as well. Another is responsible travel, and that's much more about the behaviors of tourists when they are visiting a place, trying to make it possible for visitors to not negatively impact a place when they go there. And hopefully pick up stronger understandings of things that they can bring home with them as well, and maybe become better sort of citizens of their own community in different ways. Sustainable tourism, in the GSTC definition here, it's not really about a specific type of tourism then, it's really this aspiration for all forms of tourism to try to be more sustainable. Next slide. So really some key takeaways from all of that is that it's not one thing, sustainability, when you're looking at tourism. It really is contextual to the place, to your goals in that place, to the challenges that that one place really is experiencing or facing. And it needs constant reevaluation over time. Sustainability is kind of a moving target because everything is changing in the world all the time. So there might be new factors to consider. And you really can't evaluate sustainability in a silo because it's so interconnected to different things. I mean, think about things like supply chain changes and how that might mean that something that seemed like a good sustainable choice one year isn't going to be feasible the next year. So it really requires big picture thinking and thinking across different sectors as well. Next slide. So we have some assumptions from all this, right? Tourism, as we all know, can really be a force for good, and travel can offer a plethora of benefits and opportunities to individuals and families. It can really connect people together, create family bonding experiences, and just be fun. You know, we all need a chance to have fun and explore the world. And as an industry, tourism can be beneficial to businesses, communities, and places. We all know that, right? Next slide. But of course, we have to be mindful of these other assumptions, which is, for one thing, not everybody actually enjoys their travel experiences. And I know I've had some conversations with some folks here today that knows, like, you know, customer service is a challenging thing, and we sort of see the full spectrum of how people experience places and deal with their families on vacation and that kind of thing. And tourism does not always benefit destination communities and host cultures, especially when it is more removed from that place, when it's not a lot of local people making their own decisions, but maybe outside forces sort of calling the shots for what's happening in that place. And it really can be detrimental to both natural and built environments, but it does not have to be. So, next slide. We see a lot of news stories from around the world that tell different stories about how tourism can be harmful. Here's just one I picked out. I have like a whole album of like news headlines about how terrible tourism is, but I also have ones that show how good it is. But you know, this is an example, like development that wasn't thought out. It ended up destroying a natural reef. Next slide. And you know, during the COVID era, we saw a lot more headlines like this about how more people were getting outside to enjoy natural areas, which is awesome, but that could put a lot of pressure on the natural environment and cause a lot of crowding concerns and really challenges for land managers. Next slide. Something that we're seeing more around New Hampshire, and it's certainly come up today as well, is housing. Right, and seeing this creep in the median home price in different desirable areas around the state. And that is definitely being felt in a variety of ways. So, you know, whether or not you're somebody, you know, here in the room, we're all pretty connected to tourism. You know, we're here for a reason. But even if you're not somebody who's really a tourism person, you're seeing on any given day a variety of things that can paint tourism in a negative light. So it really puts that, you know, pressure on all of us to think about how we can do better and sort of show our best selves to the rest of the world as well. Next slide. So I wanted to sort of, with all this in mind, step back and think about what we at UNH Cooperative Extension hear about a lot from communities that we work with and different organizations we work with and businesses about what some of the top sustainability concerns are sort of right now in our state. And I tried to group these into environmental, sociocultural, and economic, but as we've already established, these things are very interconnected, so it's sort of a silly thing to even try to group them, but just for the sake of having a slide that didn't have 20 different points on it, I thought I'd at least try. So for environmental, I think some of the key things we are hearing about in New Hampshire are protecting our state's natural areas and wildlife habitats. That's a huge one, especially given that we love our outdoor recreation in the state, and we'll be hearing more about that pretty soon as well. How to distribute visitors more between different destinations and attractions, because there are certainly communities that have too many visitors and would like to not have so many, at least during certain peak times. And then there are some places that are like, no, we're really trying to build our tourism economy. We're trying to get more people here. Like, how do we get some of those people from the too busy places to come here instead? And then weather uncertainties is a big one. You know, certainly the ski industry feels this a lot, but it can be impactful to a lot of different types of businesses as well. So then in that sociocultural category, preservation of history, culture, and heritage. And these things are really important when we have like population growth and development concerns. And you know, it's not hard. It is hard to upkeep a lot of historic buildings. It takes time and energy. Youth retention and engagement is a big one, and so cool to see all the students here today. because it comes up all the time. How do we get youth more engaged and get them to see how awesome New Hampshire is so they want to stay here after graduating? And then also maintaining and improving outdoor recreation access for visitors and locals. So they're really providing quality opportunities for people's health and well-being and fun. Next slide. Lastly, I've got the economic category. So rural economic development is a big one. Kind of touched on that before as well. But just, how can tourism help to make places more vibrant, more economically successful year-round? I love hearing about like MUD, that initiative, and really leveraging off-peak season opportunities. Another one that comes up a lot is how can we improve pay and career opportunities within the tourism field, because unfortunately we're sort of known as an industry, both tourism and hospitality, that doesn't always pay great, And I think some of that isn't necessarily true, but there is some grain of truth to that, I think, especially when you consider that there's some jobs that pay pretty well for June through September, maybe, and then you're sort of left thinking, what am I going to do next to make money the rest of the year, So that's a big one also. Then, of course, it's always the elephant in the room. Housing affordability and availability. We can't get past that one. That's always going to be a huge issue. Anytime Extension is in a community forum type event, housing, and workforce development as well. Since those are, quite connected, those always tend to come up. And another thing that I think Extension has been uniquely positioned to sort of see from different angles is the local supply chains and sourcing locally side of the tourism and hospitality world, because we work a lot with farmers and everybody from like brewers to cheesemakers. A lot of folks come to Extension for knowledge and troubleshooting. And one thing we hear a lot is it can be hard to find reliable year-round ways to sell their produce or whatever the products are they're creating, or maybe not year-round, because that's another part of the challenge of being a farmer is you don't necessarily have the same products year-round. So there's a lot of opportunity in the state, I think, to partner more in terms of the supply chain and local sourcing. And so that brings me to this, what can we all do? We know what these challenges are, but all of us here today as a group of people, what sort of things are within our power? And certainly we've heard it today already many times, partnering and collaborating and supporting each other. You're all here, so this is preaching to the choir, because you already know the power of coming together to share ideas and network and find ways to help, cross-promote each other's businesses, and it's so important. One example I thought of in terms of the relationship building is I've heard of some resorts or hotels that will work with local property managers so that they have like an apartment building where they are basically feeding in the workers that will occupy the apartments. And it's sort of win-win, because you're getting this sort of, vetted tenants. You already know they're people that have jobs, they've already gone through like a screening process to get the employment. And it's sort of better for everybody to kind of know that there's a good spot for them. So that can be a great way of handling that. Talked about sourcing locally already. Thinking collectively, and I love things like the ice cream trail that we heard about, and certainly chamber associations, such as this one, I think often do a really nice job of trying to pull together different complementary businesses to think in this sort of bigger picture. Are there itineraries? Are there themed events that can really highlight the best that different organizations have to offer? And I think, this one comes back to Adam's presentation earlier too. Are there activities and attractions and businesses that are trying to grow that we can recommend to visitors? Are there the little things that maybe we're taking for granted that we can help highlight more to people to get everybody to feel this sort of sense of awe and sense of pride in what we have to offer here in New Hampshire? And getting engaged with nonprofits also. We have so many great nonprofits in New Hampshire. So if you're not sure where to start yourself, if you're interested in something like, the environmental conservation work, you don't have to start from scratch. You can find resources that will, people and organizations that will love to work with you. Next slide. So another thing, and I'm getting towards the end here. How am I doing for time? Just, I'm there, okay. Yeah. So, okay, thanks. Modeling best behaviors, an example, like if you're a bed and breakfast and you can compost, that might spark the idea in a visitor that, hey, it's not too hard to do that. I can do that when I'm at home as well. Thinking about how different cultures or type of people might experience a place, thinking outside of the box of your own experience can be a real asset in terms of the sustainability of a place. And, again, back to the student thing, mentoring staff and fostering engagement of the next generation. Creating off-peak opportunities, another shout out for the MUD initiative, to attract new visitors and locals alike. And also, I think this is such an important one, keeping an eye on what makes your New Hampshire setting. No matter what your business is, if you have a gift shop or you have a museum or you have a hotel, what makes your setting unique? Don't try to be somebody else, but be proud of who you are and recognize that you are playing a role in sustainability by representing that New Hampshire heritage and culture and natural environment and all of those things in your own way. So I did, really quickly, one example that I came across recently that I thought is doing some of these things nicely on their website is the Mountain View Grand Resort and Spa in Whitefield, because they have a partnership with the Rocks Estate for Christmas tree harvesting packages. That's pretty cool. They have a farm, a working fiber farm on their property where people can learn about sort of the traditions of fiber weaving and knitting and all that while visiting the hotel. And they also highlight local businesses off of their property through this local shopping tab. So a few cool examples there. And that brings me to the end. So thank you all so much.
That was terrific. Thank you so much. Our second panelist, Mike Harris, will tell us about Belknap County 4-H's Wild Guide program. So we're going from the macro, kind of the bigger issues, to a couple of our next two panelists, talking about a couple of programs that are designed to specifically aim at certain parts of sustainability. So Mike serves as the 4-H Youth Development Program Manager for Belknap County, based out of the University of New Hampshire Cooperative Extension Office in Laconia. In this role, he leads and supports a wide range of youth development initiatives that engage young people in hands-on learning across agriculture, STEM, leadership, civic engagement, and healthy living. Mike works closely with volunteers, families, and community partners to expand opportunities for youth to explore their interests and build life skills that support community and economic vitality. Please welcome Mike.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for having me here today. Thank you all for coming today. Yeah, so that was very nice and and very encompassing of the sustainability of tourism and travel. As Maddie said, this is a lot more specific. And this is actually the first time that I've presented in a way where I don't have my screen. So actually, I'm going to travel and tour around the room from this slide to that slide. And Shane, you'll know when to do the slide because I'll start to move, right? And just real quick about me is, ever since I was a super young person, I love being in the outdoors. I did tons of outdoor activities growing up, and I thought to myself, wow, when I grow up, I want to work in outdoor rec in some way, shape, or form. I figured that if I could do that, then I wouldn't really have to do a lot of public speaking also. So that was really wonderful. So I found myself here today with you. And 4-H, not a lot of people know 4-H, but not a lot of people know that it's connected through UNH Cooperative Extension. We are one of the areas of extension, and we work in youth development. And so you might have seen us at your county fair. We have some youth showing animals. As Maddie said, we're in STEM, civic engagement, teen leadership, and we're really excited about wild side and how it is engaging youth and families with nature and outdoor learning experiences. Just to give you a little introduction on the purpose of this program inspires youth and families to engage deeply with nature through meaningful outdoor activities that build an appreciation for the environment. It fosters confidence, curiosity, and independence by encouraging participants to set goals and complete challenges at their own pace. This program emphasizes physical fitness alongside learning about ecosystems, environmental stewardship, and practical wilderness skills. We offer guided outings, kickoff events, and showcase opportunities to build community, build excitement, and celebrate participants' achievements with earned recognition. Yeah, this is the way to do it. This is the way to do it. I'm also taking time. So anyway, we have 3 targets for this curriculum. It's with our physical fitness and mental health benefits. These challenges improve cardiovascular health, muscle strength, sleep quality, and reduce anxiety while boosting creativity and relieves stress. Who doesn't want that? Doing activity out in the woods hits all these bases. Another one of the program targets is wilderness skill development. Participants will learn trail etiquette, risk management, and outdoor preparedness, building confidence and safety awareness in nature. The third target is environmental literacy and stewardship. These challenges teach plant and animal identification, how ecosystem functions, and human environmental impacts to foster stewardship and better ecological understanding. We're almost done. All right. I just want to share a snapshot of some of our impact. Through UNH, we do a ton of data stuff, but here are some of the big hitters. This challenge attracts about 118 participants each season, engaging over 800 youth annually, showing its popularity within the 4-H program itself. In just 5 quick years, it became the most participated in program in 4-H. Again, you might know this from animal science. More youth are participating in these outdoor programs than our animal science program, if you can believe it or not. Career interest and influence. 65% of participants are inspired to pursue careers in outdoor rec, conservation, and environmental science. There's a high enjoyment rate. 94% of participants report a genuine enjoyment in the wild side challenges, highlighting how they've been in very engaging experiences for them. And that's a really important number, because if you've been hiking with kids, sometimes there's a lot of like, on the trip. So the fact that they're coming out and they're going, 94% of them are like, that was awesome. That says a lot. And this one is something that is near and dear to me. A big part of 4-H is creating a sense of belonging to your community, something larger than yourself, and in this case, nature. 81% feel that this program is an important part of their identity and showing a strong personal connection. So I've talked a little bit about the challenges, and now I'm going to talk to you specifically about how the challenge worked. Before I handed out things at every table, so you actually see some of the challenges in front of you. Oh, feel free to look through them while we talk. You see some patches out there, but there's a seasonal structure and criteria. The challenges follow a seasonal schedule with specific criteria completed over weeks or months, aligning activities with the time of the year. They are self-directed. Participants manage their own progress using customized logbooks that guide reflection and goal tracking. This isn't just, here's an event at a time on a calendar. If you can't make it, I guess you can't participate. This is very flexible. The completion of challenges is rewarded with themed patches, symbolizing achievement and encouraging ongoing participation. It's a year-round cycle, and every year we change them up. They're inclusive, and they have a flexible format. The self-paced challenges accommodate diverse schedules and family capacities. Some youth groups are doing it. It tailors well to the capacity of those leaders in those groups. This promotes confidence and independent decision making. Families a lot of times families are going to do these programs, these kinds of things anyways, hiking, sledding, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They want to teach their kids how to fish, all that kind of stuff. And the kid just kind of is a passenger princess along that journey with them. These logbooks, families have said that their kids lit up because now they're part of the process of the trip planning. Excellent. And this is my last slide. How am I doing, Maddie?
You're doing great, thank you.
Okay. So since it is super flexible and super tailorable to the family, that's wonderful for those families that are super duper comfortable just getting out in the wilderness themselves, but not every family is. Not every youth group leader who would want to do these things and help their youth learn these skills and reap the benefits of these programs are comfortable doing it. So we don't want that to be a barrier. So we train volunteers. Our wild side volunteers are called wild guides. We're very proud of that. But they guide these experiences so that way people can go and do these, accomplish the challenges under the leadership of these fine folks. We do kickoff events to generate excitement. We did one recently at Gunstock where we had outdoor rec organizations come out and engage our community and talk to them about what they do and where they do it. It's awesome so that youth can also see that there are careers in these fields that are right in their back doors. They can start to visualize themselves if these program areas really spark an interest in them. And then we offer a lot of showcases. We offer a lot of events where youth can come and share their logbooks, their successes and achievements and discoveries that they made along their experiences in this program. And that sums up Wildside. Thank you so much.
Perfect, thank you, Mikey. Our third panelist, Janelle Lawton, will present on the state of New Hampshire's Wildly Responsible program. Janelle is director of the Office of Outdoor Recreation Industry Development, ORID, within the New Hampshire Department of Business and Economic Affairs, where she leads efforts to integrate the state's outdoor assets into broad economic strategies. In her current role, Janelle coordinates outdoor recreation policy and partnerships across state and federal agencies, supports workforce development and sustainable land stewardship, and helps grow the outdoor recreation economy that benefits both residents and visitors throughout New Hampshire. Please welcome Janelle.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Maddie, for that wonderful introduction. First, I'd like to say thank you all for your time today. As a former small business owner, I know how important each minute of each day is. So to be here and making this commitment to learning, to networking, to sharing is so valuable. So kudos to all of you, and hopefully I've gotten a chance to meet a lot of you, but if not, please feel free to swing by our table afterwards, meet myself, Michelle Cruz. We'd love to have a chat with you. So I should have started with a personal slide. A little bit about myself. I come from a military family, and I had the opportunity of living a lot of different places. So when it came time to picking a college, picking a higher education, I decided I wanted to be in New Hampshire. And that was something I chose because I was looking for a quality of life. I was looking for a sense of community, and I was looking for space to be in the outdoors. And those were my three main criteria. And I chose New Hampshire. I then chose New Hampshire to raise my family and had an opportunity to move away a couple of times, and I boomerang back because this is really one of the most amazing places to do whatever you want to do. I'll just share with you, I started my career in the outdoor industry. I went into e-commerce for 15 years. I then was a small business owner for 7 years before starting my work with the state. And I feel that, you know, one of the biggest joys of my current role is getting out and talking to all of you and really hearing your stories, hearing your challenges, and that helps us to come back to the state and be able to share that information and say, hey, this is what the business community needs. These are what our fellow Granite Staters need to build out some of the programming I'm going to talk to you about today. So Jada did a great job level setting kind of sustainability and what that looks like. And I know when we talk about sustainability, a lot of minds immediately go to that environmental place. In my role as the director of the Office of Outdoor Recreation Industry Development, that office sits in the Business and Economic Affairs Agency. So I look at this through the lens of economic development. So sustainability means workforce sustainability. It means community sustainability. It means economic resilience over time. And those are really some important pieces that I'm going to pull out in my slide presentation, which I'll start in just a minute. But outdoor recreation, I just want to share with you, is a $3.9 billion industry in the state of New Hampshire. This is 3.4% of our New Hampshire's GDP. And that's a really important piece to note because outdoor recreation is something that we should be leveraging across all businesses. So if you're here today as a manufacturer, if you're here today and you're in the health sciences, I'm going to show you ways you can leverage the outdoors for your business. And all the resources I'm going to talk to you about today are free, open sourced programs. They were built for you. They were built with feedback from businesses, from organizations within our state saying, hey, this is what we need. So the first slide here we have, the last one, but that's good, is the Workforce Toolkit for the Outdoor Lifestyle. And this was really designed to help employers create a strong employee value proposition, an EVP. Oh, this is about, can you click on these spots here? Yeah, there we go. Load them right in. There we go. All right. So what this toolkit really tries to do is help employers understand what their employees want and to help tell the story, to help tell their employees' story. They're the best ambassadors to explain like, hey, this is why you should come and work for our business, right? That's the recruitment piece. And then how do you retain those employees? What do they want? What do they want from you as an employer? To be able to say, this is a place that I value working because I know my employer values me. Next slide. All right, so the Workforce Toolkit is developed around, again, the EVP, the Employee Value Proposition. If you are in human resources or you're a small business owner, you may have come across this. This is basically the pyramid in which people look at the criteria for their employment. They're going to start by looking at this base level and saying, okay, what's the baseline compensation? What are the baseline benefits? Then you have the experimental here. What are we doing with our career development? What do we offer for work life in the company? Really, their ethics, like what do they believe in? And then this top pyramid piece is the emotional component, the purpose in the mission. How do these employees relate back to you? And this is where you can really tell the story of the outdoor lifestyle benefits and how they enhance everyone's appeal to come work for you. They want to be able to, be able to have that sense of community. They want to have that quality of life. And you can incorporate that for relatively no money, if any at all, into your employee value proposition. Next slide. Yeah, so this is a QR code that will take you directly to the toolkit that is online. And I'll just note that Steve earlier had a small graphic on his presentation that was named Strategic Assets. And on that, he listed outdoor lifestyle. Thank you for that, Steve. And that is exactly what we're talking about here. How to use the outdoor lifestyle to recruit your employees and retain your employees. I'll also note that this toolkit, we touch on a lot of different things. As Jada mentioned, employees are looking at housing. They're looking at childcare. They're looking at transportation. All these are challenges for employees these days. And we are by far not saying we're the expert in this toolkit. We do acknowledge it though, and we talk about some creative ways to address this. I'll just note one creative idea with housing that a small business in the Seacoast area started up. When they recruit an employee, they will offer one of their current employees a stipend to host that new employee and to give them a space to come in and live for a couple months while they're looking for housing, while they're finding their community, while they're getting their feet on the ground. So again, that's about building that community within your business. And it's super creative idea, right? So we may not be able to put up tons of housing in a snap, but we can get creative, right? We're a small state, we're a, really energetic industry, and we can figure out great ways to work around this. Next slide, please. All right, wildly responsible, which Maddie noted. That is that goes back to our environmental sustainability piece. So Wildly Responsible was created as a state program educating the public on how to safely and responsibly engage with the New Hampshire outdoors while preserving its wilderness for generations to come. And I just want to add on to that without the outdoors, our state's economy would be seriously challenged and at a deficit. We know that the outdoors provides the base for a lot of different components of our industry and our economy, so we have to protect it and we have to preserve it. And that's a lot of what we talk about in the Wildly Responsible program. Next slide. So the 4 core principles are plan, pack, and prepare, care for others, protect and preserve, and go have fun. This was a really fun project because it actually started years ago. It started coming out of the pandemic when we were meeting with our fellow partners. We were meeting with the NCR and Fish and Game and the AMC and the White Mountain National Forest saying, whew, we all survived the pandemic, right? What did we learn? What did we learn from the pandemic? So what we learned is we needed improved messaging to educate users out there to be able to be safe. And to really try and change some of the visitor behaviors and create some awareness about how people are recreating outdoors. So we created wildlyresponsible.com as a hub to bring all these resources into one space. And when I say all these resources, there are a lot of great programs out there, and we looked at these when we were trying to figure out what to do. You have Leave No Trace, you have Ski Kind, you have Ride with Gratitude, a lot of different programming out there, but what we didn't have was one centralized program that talked to the whole state, our whole geography, and all activities. So that's what we created with this in mind. And the site, when you get to it, this is what you're going to see, the different components. So you're going to have this brand anthem when you land on the homepage with the 4 core principles below. And then you have the resources. So you have weather, you have an industry toolkit, and then more resources. So for example, this is something we're putting out there to both consumers and our partners. We want the partners to come in and use this industry toolkit to pick up these logos, to add it to their emails, into their messaging campaigns. But we want a resource where anyone who's coming in who can say, wow, I live in Massachusetts, I think I'm going to go hike Mount Washington today. The weather sure is nice down here in Massachusetts, right? And they get up to Mount Washington and it's a blizzard and they're getting rescued. We don't want any of that. We've heard that story over and over. So this program is really designed to talk to our folks in a kind, friendly, fun way to say, hey, think about these things. And we really encourage you all to take a look at it. Reach out to myself or Michelle if you would like to find more ways to engage that you're not seeing on our website here. One of the fun things we develop is an educational program that we're really excited to get out into our partners' programs. And we have a lot of support information to do that. So we have an online game the kids can play, we have worksheets and handouts, lots of ways to engage educational programs. Next slide. All right, so next I'm going to talk about Rec Ready NH. And this goes into talking about, this is really talking about when we think about sustainability, this is our outdoor recreation infrastructure. This is what we are looking to build and what we're looking to protect. So Rec Ready NH focuses on our community assets, really. It's an easy-to-use recreation planning guide, and it's built for municipalities, it's built for nonprofits, and local stakeholders. What it does is it supports the planning process from creation and the whole visioning and the community engagement through the building out of your outdoor recreation resource to the future management of your outdoor resource. And I'm going to have you jump to the next slide, please. There we go. So we built this out into 6 modules. Module 1, 2, 3, you see it, 6 of them right here. And it walks you through the whole planning process. So let's just say, we're really fortunate to have some cities that have planners on staff that can actually do this work. We've got more municipalities and small towns that don't. They are driven by volunteers who are stepping up and trying to figure out how to make their communities better, better for recreation, better for the economy. And we often hear, hey, how do I build a park? What's that process look like, right? How do I build a trail network? How do I build an adaptable boat launch on our local lake? Something as simple as that. This is the planning process and how you get through that piece. And I will note we have, I'm gonna find it, I think is the natural resources. It doesn't say it on the module 3 here on the screen, but when you get in there, natural resources, education, and interpretation, which we heard from Adam this morning, right? So this is a deep dive into that to say, what is it? How do you do it? And how do you build that out? So each module, when you go through it, and if you want to click to the next slide, please, you have 2 pathways to enter Rec Ready NH. You can approach it through the step-by-step modules, which I just showed you, or the project type modules, which are grouped by just that. I want to build a master plan. I want to build a bike trail. I want to build whatever it is. And you can think about it in that landscape and in that scope. So, next slide. Okay, that's it. There's a QR code to hit Rec Ready NH. And
I recognize that.
Matt,
do.
you wanna?
You can hold on to that mic.
All right, I got it.
I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm sitting here and thinking, it's amazing to me now looking back over the whole day and seeing how all of these speakers and all the topics reference back to each other, but also how packed with resources these presentations have been, and particularly the state of New Hampshire. It's really great, so thank you very much. We have about, let's see, what time is it? It's about, sorry. We have 24 minutes left. So, sorry, I lost my place now. So what we're going to do is I'm going to pose 3 questions relating to the information that all 3 of our panelists have shared with us and invite them to respond. So they're going to share the microphone, and you do not need to get up and stand at the podium. You can just speak from your seats and kind of let me know when you're done responding. I don't want you to feel like you have to keep talking, if just one of you wishes to.
Development person at the table thinks about when it comes to anything sustainability related is the future of the industry, right? And so it was really, really awesome. I wish that they were still here to see youth engaged in this conference, because I think when it comes to the sustainability, the future success of something, it's important to get youth involved whilst they're young, seeing what kind of sparks can light in youth. And sparks is a abstract term. Really, I use it as a way of what promotes joy and a sense of purpose for youth. Can they see themselves, can they visualize themselves growing up and taking on the mission of something like the travel and tourism industry in New Hampshire. At the National Extension Travel and Tourism Conference I went to, I learned an awesome acronym called THOR, right? Travel, Hospitality, Outdoor Rec. So, and you populated that with the it's a $3.9 billion industry in New Hampshire. I think I remember hearing that that's the second largest economy in the state. And so I think other, Jada and Janelle and a lot of other speakers probably talked a little bit about some of the challenges the sustainability of this industry is facing. The best thing to do is to get youth involved in it early and getting them sparked and interested in engaging in this industry now. And I think that will help with the sustainability piece moving forward, generationally speaking.
Yeah, this is a kind of tough question because I can think of a couple of different ways to approach it. But I think in reflecting upon a lot of the community engagement type work that I've been lucky to participate in across different towns and cities in New Hampshire, it's a constant challenge and frustration of many community members that often one well-intentioned goal that is in itself pretty sustainability minded might be kind of pitted against another community goal that is also sustainability minded. And it goes to show the complexities of sustainability and how there are sometimes like conservation goals that don't match up with economic goals. I mean, I think some key examples are several communities have considered using land that is undeveloped that may have been like in a conservation easement to consider putting in workforce housing. And it may be a really good place in many senses to put that housing project, but you know, what are you sacrificing along the way, and what sort of tradition and what sort of ecological benefits might be at stake there? We also hear conflicts between, you know, outdoor recreation user groups and you know, conservation goals sometimes, and it's always well-intentioned community members you know, standing up for what they believe in and moving projects forward that they think will really benefit their community, but sometimes there's that clash there. And I think one of the most important things that we all can do is listen to the other side, you know, try to think of it from the other perspective. And I think that, you know, New Hampshire people are very good at standing up for our beliefs, but there's a certain stubbornness that can go along with that, I think. And I think, not to say we should just always compromise, but find the middle ground, you know, find the areas where we can compromise and can work together, because there are some beautiful solutions out there. I've seen, you know, workforce housing projects that incorporate nature trails on surrounding land, where it actually ends up really, you know, emphasizing and highlighting the natural environment in beautiful ways. So there's a lot of opportunity to come together, I think, and coordinate a little bit better.
Fantastic. All right, our second question, I feel almost like you guys have kind of covered this already, but this may be an opportunity for you to point back at a few key programs. Are there ways individuals such as business owners and employees, municipal leaders, chamber staff, and even citizens can get involved in making our industry more sustainable?
Oh, I'll start, because I have it now. Okay, so I think there's a lot of different players in this question, right? There's business owners, there's municipal leaders, and then there's ways citizens can participate. And I think a lot of across thread in all of this is expanding opportunities, right? So when it comes to business owners, can you provide career exposure? Again, I'm kind of taking that youth lens. Can you provide career exposure to youth? Can you offer mentorship programs? Can you host site visits for youth? I talked about the Wildside program. I could probably talk to every single one of you and figure out a way to engage your organization in your mission within the Wildside program, so that way we can find a positive sum benefit and both take paths along our mission together. When it comes to municipal leaders, can we reduce workforce, education, and industry sector silos, right? So I'm hearing from everybody, both panelists, our other speakers today, the event runners, that we want to start to collaborate more, but sometimes there is those competing missions. But there is that co-opetition that I want to kind of bring that word out and start that be something that we can kind of, these can be opportunities to learn from each other and grow from each other. I always think that any problem is solvable if you get the right people in the room together thinking about it. So that's a challenge for everybody here. Not a challenge, but that's like a rise to the occasion more than a challenge. And then citizens, engage in the environmental learning and outdoor programs. With youth specifically, once we see those sparks light, we want to expand opportunities around that spark, almost like kindling on a fire. And then if you add the bigger pieces of wood once the kindling starts, and then sooner or later that fire is fueling itself, it's raging, and that's how we want to try to cultivate those interests. So by providing opportunities for engagement in anything you're doing, I think that'll help in the long run.
Awesome, thanks, Mike. I'll touch on two things. One is for employees to invest in their employees and invest in you. And man, how awesome. Thank you so much for sponsoring those kids for coming today, and getting our youth here and involved and understanding the work that we're doing. Same, invest in our employees. And that could be a lot of different things. It doesn't have to be, huge dollar amounts attached to it, but it could be something as like, there's a car mechanic down south, and every time he has a new mechanic start, he buys them a full toolkit, all the mechanic tools. It's not cheap, right? But he makes that initial investment into that employee. He's saying, I want you here. I want you on our team. And that kind of level of investment, it's more than just monetary, right? It's really making that human connection, and that's really, really important. I also believe in the power of storytelling, and I really believe every business owner here has a fantastic story to tell. So you're going to tell that story in so many ways, and you really need to craft it and get practice with telling your story. We want to hear it. We want to know it, but it's also really valuable. Again, I talked about it's a huge recruitment tool to get your employees in. Learn how to tell that story. It also is really important for you to get into your communities, so your communities understand the value of your business in that community and how it's contributing to the economy and the needs you need to do that. So, whether it is, more parking or housing or whatever it is to support your business, get out there and start telling your amazing business story so we can really use that to move forward in the growth and resilience of New Hampshire.
I'm going to give a shout out to sponsorships and in-kind donations, because we've heard about our sponsors for this event today, which are incredible. It really makes a difference. I recently organized another tourism conference this past fall, and we had actually, along the planning process, lost access to a big chunk of funding that we had been sort of counting on. And we ended up finishing in a good place, largely because of our in-kind donations and other sponsorships. A lot of local businesses and organizations, even those that we did not think cared about tourism, stepped up and were like, yeah, of course we'll do what we can, and it was such a cool thing, and it helped to build our networks and sort of draw some of those connections between businesses that are invested in their community and do care about tourism, even if you don't think of them as being in the tourism space. And that means so much. It doesn't go unrecognized. And I think, some of these ideas that have been mentioned are so important, and they're sort of longer term investments, but there are these like short-term engagements that can also make a huge difference in the sorts of programming and opportunities that we can offer in our communities.
Thanks. And I want to give Jada a little shout out here too, because I went to that conference and it was awesome, and I came away feeling incredibly inspired. I heard so many good ideas. I met Mike there. It was a great networking, really great speakers. There was one speaker who talked about museums and other facilities that could increase their visitorship by having after dark programs. So times when they're usually closed, and having flashlight tours, and I was like, this is the coolest thing I've ever heard of. They doubled their visitors with that one program. So, these kinds of conferences are so important for getting inspired and excited about what we do. So thank you, because I know you worked really hard on that.
Thank you, because Maddie was a great panelist and participant too.
I love me a panel.
In this room too.
The final question, and then we'll take a few questions from the audience, is what's the key takeaway that you hope that the folks out here in the audience will take away from this discussion today? Just one thing.
I'll go first so they don't take mine. Then I say fine. A key takeaway, and just real short, is that environmental, economic, and workforce sustainability are also interconnected.
Yeah, I'll add on to that, sustainable outdoor recreation requires an intentional investment into our people and into our places and into our partnerships, and that's really, really big. And I'll pass the mic, but I'm gonna ask for it back.
I think a takeaway for me today is I want New Hampshire to keep on being New Hampshire. I mean, so many cool businesses and organizations represented in this room, and these like really cool programs that are, you know, for youth and adults alike. And I mean, I mentioned in my presentation that like I don't want to go to tourism businesses or hotels that feel generic. I want to feel like I'm in New Hampshire, and I always like coming to like Common Man events because I feel like these the different businesses in this family of businesses all really lean into you know, having character and having their own sort of unique brand, and that matters. And I think in this day of AI taking over so many things, I don't want us to lose what makes us special. You know, it's our best asset, just our people, our culture, our history, our natural environment. Like, let's really make the most of it and celebrate it every single day.
That's awesome. I love that. And I'll just say that, you know, being a panelist is a privilege and an honor. Thank you for having us. You know, when you're putting these things together, you're like, hey, what can I bring to these people to make their lives easier, right? What information, what kind of programs, what can we do for you? That's what we're here to do. And it would be amiss if I didn't mention one other program that was just recently built and launched that is made for you businesses, and that is the New Hampshire Business Gateway. And I'm not sure if you all have heard of it. Governor Ayotte was recently talking about it. But this is an online portal that is a centralized portal that allows resources and tools for you as a business that connects all the government agencies into one portal. So everything you're doing with Secretary of State, everything you're doing with registering your business, all the different components is now going to be in one portal to make a business be able to have a streamlined process to get through that. And that's really big for new startup businesses as well. Like, if anyone's ever started a business and you're like, ooh, I didn't know I needed to do that, right? So that's what this portal is going to help you with, the Business Gateway, and happy to talk to anyone about that in more detail. But just want to get that resource out to you. So thank you, everyone.
It's funny that Janelle plugged this because while she was talking, I stole this from her and took a picture of it. Because workforce readiness, life readiness, this is another big mantle of 4-H. And I just wanted to expand on something else, just real quick, because you inspired me. You're like, we're here to help, we're here to help. So as an extension professional, that's what extension is. We have these sort of research-based strategies and solutions, and we bring them out into work with community partners and other organizations and all that kind of stuff. So when it comes to youth development, please reach out to me. Please reach out to us in 4-H. That's what we do. We're in schools. We're working with youth groups and all other organizations. We have some of our own programming. Yes, we're very proud of it. Please engage with it, but also we're there to help you enrich your own. Another thing is the Wildside program that I spoke about is a statewide program. It's not just Belknap County, we not only is it state, but when I see, I'm the guy who gets the logbooks back, and I'm seeing logbooks come from Texas. I'm seeing logbooks come from Washington. I'm seeing logbooks come from Ireland. Because what happens is people have career changes and they move to places, but they started in New Hampshire, and they can do the programs anywhere. They come back to here. But anyway, that's just sort of an interesting footprint.
Well, thank you very much. I have to say that some of you may know that before I came to chamber work, I worked in the university system, and when I was at UNH, I worked in an academic department, and 4-H extension was part of our department. And I really had a front row seat to all the really great things. And extension exists in many different departments all across our university system, and they do great work in taking the academic ideas and research and putting them into practical use in our communities. It is an amazing program in every way and a really great use of funding as well. So I'm a big fan. So we have time for like maybe 2 questions, and I see Sheila's already got her hand up, so we'll head right back there with the mic.
Should I say, we don't need no microphones? Actually, Adam inspired me, and Michelle did. And this may be a question more for a larger forum. As we saw with the Eclipse crowd, the concept of traffic, parking, and crowd control is a bit obscure in the northern half of New Hampshire. Is there any bird's eye view of how we manage these big things? Like, this is going to be the 250. Are a lot of people going to come and celebrate that? Now we're seeing more auroras, just because. When people come for foliage season, some of them just stop on the highway and walk off into the woods. Yeah, you can't
That's a
fix
great
dumb,
question.
but I do wonder.
Is Michelle here still? She might have stepped in the other. Michelle, you're welcome to talk to this, but I'll just share with you that this question came up yesterday at the Portsmouth Collaborative
Yay.
Chamber event. Yay! So it's something that is on people's minds, right? We have the 250th celebration coming up. We just had a great Eclipse event that was really well managed by the state. And when I say the state, I mean each and every part of the state. It was, how to get people into New Hampshire, how to get people out of New Hampshire, how to get them in beds, how to get them food, how to get all these different things. So, Michelle, I'd love if you would like to elaborate on that.
Yeah, no, I'll ditto to what Janelle just said. The way that the Eclipse was handled was so smooth, and we were so concerned. At the time, I was working at the Mount Washington Valley Chamber of Commerce, so we were really concerned about the traffic and the tie-up on Route 16. There was no complaint whatsoever. And I think the reason why is because while people had to sit in traffic for maybe 4+ hours, 5 hours, when the Eclipse was over, everybody was pleasantly happy about this experience because they could be up there. And while we're working with our agencies, and I can't speak for DOT because they're not here and I'm not in that department, but that would be, a department that we would be reaching out to just make sure, but knowing that the state agencies are always on top of it and knowing that this is happening, I truly believe that the collaboration of your help and the help of the chambers of sharing this information, because that was something that was so key that we were doing this all together. It takes a village to make sure that this information is getting out there to our visitors to understand and be patient. And I think that was so key that when we were spreading that information that there's gonna be, backup. You're gonna be stuck in traffic. Oh, and by the way, if you have an EV, is it charged? Like, there was all of these things, and is your tank filled up? Make sure that you're ready for this. And so I think those are messages that working together is going to be so key to get that out there, to just be aware of, come here, enjoy, be patient. We always talk about our workforce where, there's still challenges of, retaining workforce, but we ask the visitors, have your experience, be here, we want you to be here, but we also want you to understand that we need a little bit of patience while you're here, so to enjoy it, because we appreciate you being here. And I think that's going to be our message as we move forward. But definitely a valid question, Sheila, so thank you for bringing that up, and it's something that I'm sure we'll be talking about.
And this really ties back to visitor use management and visitor use expectations and experiences, and how we, as a people, the Granite Staters, how we really move forward and put that into a state of mindfulness. So, be thinking about what's happening in the 250th in your towns. Do you have town parades and all that typical stuff? But maybe you have a historical landmark that you need to be paying extra attention to because it's the 250th, and this could be a place that sees new traffic, additional traffic, more traffic. So just that level of awareness, and if you're involved in your municipality's safety services, those are people that need to be brought into this conversation as well.
Yeah, I think oftentimes when towns have like a big event for the first time, they make a lot of mistakes, and then after they say, well, we won't make that same mistake again. But there's so much opportunity for towns to learn from other towns' past mistakes and successes. And I think sometimes, an essential part of the planning process can be as simple as a town planner or the, Department of Transportation folks calling up another town that they know has already dealt with this sort of thing in the past, or maybe has an annual event that sees a lot of traffic, and just picking their brains for what sort of strategies have worked well, and what are the pitfalls that they might not recognize going into it that they need to be looking out for.
Fantastic, thank you. We have time for one more quick question. Do we have one more? Or maybe not. All right, it looks like you guys are done. So we are going to move on to our final, thank you for panelists. We really appreciate you spending your time here and doing all the preparation that you clearly did. We're going to do, in just a second, Jen is going to come up and do the door prize drawing, but first, I want to recognize again someone who has done an absolutely spectacular job for us today as a volunteer. Shane Pouliot of 603 Technology Solutions. Please stand up, please. He was here last night till very late. He's been here. He was here at 6:30. He just. We couldn't have done this day without him. I mean, he really did a spectacular job. So thank you, Shane. We are indebted to you.
See you next week.
I hope so. Next to you, and I'm going to grab the laptop with the winners.
Wow, what a wonderful day it's been. We're grateful to our speakers and panelists who generously donated their time. We're grateful to our sponsors who provided monetary support that's required to stage this event. We're grateful to our exhibitors, our volunteers, and the Common Man Inn and Spa for hosting us. And most of all, we're grateful for all of you for being here with us today. We hope you've enjoyed the event and will join us again next year. We'll be sending an event survey in the next few days, so please share your feedback with us. We'll start planning the 2027 seminar soon, so if you're interested in getting involved, please let us know. If you're not a chamber member and your experience today has sparked an interest in joining us, please speak to me or another board member or affiliate, or leave your card with one of our exit greeters as you leave the event. Someone will reach out to you soon with information about membership. Finally, before we go, we have one final item of business, the door prize drawing.
Here's the list of winners, and let me get myself here. I will hand you the gift certificates as you spoke about. Oops, wrong glasses on.
Okay, the first one, $25 gift certificate to Annie's Overflow. Catherine Monroe. We have another $25 gift certificate to Annie's Overflow, Danielle Funley. Another $25 gift certificate to Annie's Overflow, Zoe Frentrez. And one more $25 gift certificate to Annie's, James.
With Granite State Rail.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
A $25 gift certificate to Sugared, who provided those wonderful cookies in the gift bag. I saw people eating throughout the day. Kathleen Horrigan.
You made it. Keep clapping till she gets there.
And we might as well go along with that theme. The other $25 gift certificate to Sugared is another Service Credit Union person, Jenna Wolak.
We used an electronic randomizer to pick our names.
a $25 gift certificate to Dam Brew House.
For a growler, so you get the growler and the free fill.
And that's Lydia Eaton.
That's what we're saying this week. There you go. Enjoy.
Next, we have a Waterville Valley gift guide and map donated by the rec department. Oh, okay, Carrie, I don't want to butcher your name.
Oh, JP Vineo.
Okay.
Vineo.
I do it every time. And another Waterville Valley guidebook and map. It goes to Logan Hart Bonneville. An exercise trampoline donated by Coca-Cola Northeast, Kate Harrington.
So these two items are at the check-in desk because they're big and heavy. So if you're the winner of those, you can pick them up on the way out.
And the next one, a beach wagon, also donated by Coca-Cola, Hope Puzo. 2 hours of computer consulting for Oriental Technology Consulting, Heather Blanchett. And the last one, our grand door prize, a romantic getaway at Copper Top Inn and Retreat Center, Teresa Paquette.
From one lodging professional to another.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So congratulations to all our door prize winners. Thank you for coming, and please don't forget to return your name tags on your way out.
Thank you, everyone.
You know, I just remembered, I actually have 3 handouts if you'd like them. Handouts, on the hotel.